Good evening. I'd like to call the Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting of October 15th, 2019 to order. I'd like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given. And if assistance is required, please see our clerk, Trish. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Also, the Town of Lincoln Committee and Council meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. I'd like to thank the public for attending the meeting this evening, and I just want to remind everyone of our rules of engagement, to please be respectful while others are speaking and to please refrain from clapping. Delegations will have 5 minutes to speak and are asked to stay focused on the agenda item, and please remember to silence all cellular devices. Roll call, we do have regrets from Councillor Pachariva. Otherwise, we have all of council here this evening, and we have our Planning and Economic Development staff here in the back row. Declarations of interest, are there any declarations of interest this evening? Seeing none, we'll go into the statutory public meetings part of our agenda. We have one public hearing this evening. Purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments from the public and consider questions regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application by 1473944 Ontario Limited. Please be advised, Section 3412 of the Planning Act requires that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, council must ensure that sufficient information and material is available to understand generally the proposal being considered, and council must hold at least one public hearing for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations regarding the proposed amendment. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Lincoln before the application is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Town Council to the local planning appeal tribunal. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report published in the meeting agenda, delegation list, and/or the minutes of the public meeting and made part of the public record. The Town of Lincoln collects this information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of council's decisions. It may also be used to serve notice of a local planning appeal tribunal hearing. Names and addresses contained in the submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSO 1990 CM 56. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the application, and council will take any comments received into account in their consideration of these items. There is an attendance list by the door, which we would ask all present to sign if they wish to be notified of council's decision. Members of the public are reminded to give their name and address when they speak. If approved by council, a notice of the item's passing will be circulated with an appeal period. This public hearing is for the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application by 1473944 Ontario Limited. We have one delegation registered this evening. With respect to this public hearing, please note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Craig Rowe, on behalf of Upper Canada Consultants, will be speaking to item 4.1 PD 6719 zoning bylaw amendment application by 1473944 Ontario Limited. Mr. Rowe, please come forward.
Good evening, members of committee tonight. I'm Craig Rowe with Upper Canada Consultants. I'm a senior planner there, registered professional planner that's representing the applicant. With me tonight, I also have my colleague, John Redicott from ACK Architects. We know the passion that this committee does have for understanding how the built form is going to play out ultimately. So John's here to speak to any of some of the massing diagrams and some of the elevations he's provided here tonight. So just wanted to give a quick run through to the committee about what's being proposed. So the subject lands are known as Block 70. They're a block that was created through the Grandview subdivision in the southwest end of the Beamsville urban area, if you're looking at your screen. So this is Vista Ridge over in this area, and then Grandview Heights. So this entire triangle, we'll call it, is owned by our client. The area that's highlighted as developable is the area that we've refined through geotechnical analysis and environmental impact studies. This is heavily wooded, as well as there's some steep valley slope issues. So through those studies, we were able to find an area of tableland that can actually be developed. The entirety of the property is zoned RD, which is residential development, which acts a little bit like a holding provision, requires a developer to undertake a zoning bylaw amendment to establish the appropriate zoning they feel for the property, and allows council to have regard to that and determine if it is indeed appropriate. These are just a couple of photographs. This is looking southwest, so this is on that table portion of the land at the top. And then looking the other way, so this is looking towards some of the Grandview subdivision over here in Vista Ridge under construction. From up here, you have some really nice views of the escarpment as well as the lake on a clear day. So in terms of the draft plan of condominium, as I mentioned, the entire property is zone residential development. That developable area, so that highlighted yellow area, that's what we're proposing in RM1 zoning with site-specific exceptions to accommodate the proposed built form that we're going for. It's going to consist of 10 bungalow townhouses. So each building, so to speak, will have 5 units in it. They're 1 story, about 8.6 meters. So just bungalow, keep it nice and squat because it is elevated in terms of land. And then the additional environmental area, these blocks here shown as part 2 and part 3 that were kind of hatched out in my original diagram. As these are environmentally encumbered, there's a policy in section 4 of the city's official plan that requires when you're doing land division that these parcels of land can be transferred into the ownership of the municipality, and then they're taken away and then they're protected in their entirety, so no development can go forward. So just to give you a quick rundown on some of the site-specific zoning, again, because the site's a little awkward, we're asking for some refinements in terms of side yards, just the way that the front yard being over here and the rear yard, the block townhouse zoning is difficult at times because there's a private road in the middle. It's not a public road with a lot just kind of fronting onto a street. So what we're asking for is reduced front yard setbacks for the units that allow them to be about no more than 3 meters or no less than 3 meters away from the private road. We have a 6.7 minimum lot frontage, which exists over here. A portion of this property actually extended parallel with Kayla Street, and that was, if you'll recall, was transferred to the town of Lincoln, I believe, back in the spring, and that's to facilitate the extension of Highland Park Drive down through Vista Ridge. So this is our remnant frontage and our only access point currently. As this is the rear yard, we're asking for a reduced rear yard setback because we are close to the property line, but the functional rear yard would be back here. There's plenty of room in terms of providing maintenance to the condominium corporation. Exterior side yard, we want to reflect a minimum 3 meter here to accommodate fire route, make sure that any fire vehicles are far enough away in compliance with the building and fire code. Reduced interior side yard setback for the same rationale here. In order to fit the housing block, we're proposing a reduced separation here, and then also reduced interior side yard setback on this side as well. So these are just a couple of the elevations preliminarily of what the block, so this would be the southern block that we showed, and then the western block as well. And John's here to run you through a couple of massing diagrams that ACK prepared.
Good evening, members of council. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving weekend. The massing for the proposed 2 townhouse blocks is very low-lying in nature. The intent of that was to basically enhance the wooded area and the protected area beyond the block. So even on approach, that view is really not ruined by a block of, let's say, 2 or 2.5 story dwellings. We kept it low and horizontal, very residential in nature, but with a little bit of a contemporary flair, allowing us to have a stepping stone facade that kind of mimics what you would see in a natural environment. If we go back, actually, you'll see the materials that we've got are the stone is our base, just like you'd see in nature. The wood siding is intended to play off of the surrounding context of being a wooded area. And then the major component of glass is also used to both reflect that of around what the surrounding. Glass does that by nature as well, and also to provide a little bit of a distraction for your typical townhouse block of garages and unit entries. And we do that by use of the porches as well, bringing them out a little bit, a place for people to enjoy the view that Craig previously talked about, and allow the facade and that front streetscape to really enhance the private road and not to be something that's redundant and repetitive. The end units we also accentuated with a little bit more glass and a higher volume. This is just to kind of bookend where each block starts and stops. So if you look this first massing diagram, this would be taken at an elevated view as you enter the development. The woods would be beyond this massing, and this is just the two low-lying blocks that we're introducing in the foreground. This would be block 2 as you come in. This is that first view you see as you come into the development. Again, non-intrusive, low-lying, and just a simple form, not trying to compete with anything around us. And this is block 1. This is the one situated kind of in that triangular portion of the site. Again, views out the front and then a beautiful backdrop. I mean, we didn't focus on rear elevations in this presentation, but those would also be characterized by large glazed openings, bringing the nature inside for the individuals and the purchasers. And then I'll let Craig speak a little bit to the landscaping because it is on some of the later plans, but the design intent there was to bring that landscaping out into the development so you kind of don't know how that hard defining line between where did the development start, where did it stop. It's kind of like we've embedded it into that landscape.
I think that's the great summary of the landscape, and certainly we can answer any questions you have about that. Just in terms of process, where we're at so far, we had our open house on October 2nd. We had a couple of the budding neighbors that came in. Some of the comments there were focused on traffic and perceived increase in traffic volume from this development. The one access to Highland Park Drive, notably for emergency purposes. Lighting impacts, which of course can be evaluated through site plan, will be subject to photometric plans, and then vegetation, so better understanding how the landscape is going to work through that plan. And finally, our next steps would be to address any of those public concerns and agency comments. We've been having a great working relationship with the town on this, going back and forth. Council would then ultimately consider our draft plan approval and our zoning amendment. If those are approved, we'd be then coming forward with a detailed engineering and design to clear our conditions as well as part of our site plan approval submission. So we're happy to answer any questions you have tonight. And if there's anything that a member of the public says they need any clarification, we're happy to provide that as well.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Are there questions from council? I see there are. We'll start with Councillor Brunet.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a number of questions. First one, in the report we received, and I'll just read it right from the report. On page 9, it says, Schedule C of the Regional Official Plan identifies a portion of the subject lands as an environmentally conservation area associated with a significant woodland. On the bottom of that same page, it says, based on work conducted, no significant vegetation or wildlife species were identified, and the woodland is not identified as significant. So my question, through you, Mr. Chair, my first question is, seeing that this Grandview subdivision was registered back in 2008, can you tell us, are you in a position to tell us when the environmental impact study was completed or updated?
Certainly, through Mr. Chair. The EIS was a submission requirement, so we did complete it over the past year. We've been working on the project for about a year and a half. And it was wrapped up, I believe in August was the date on the report. So they had been evaluating it for a year. The scoping was provided by the MPCA and the region. And through that, they did determine that our developable area, the vegetation that would form where we're proposing to build is a lot of scrub and brush and things that have just kind of grown through some soil movement and the development in the other areas. However, the rest of the site, we are planning, that'll be required to be fenced off by the MPCA, and then that will be full environmental protection.
And is that impact study, that was done, you said completed in August. That's public information available?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's with municipal staff.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could continue with a couple other questions. In a further report we're going to see later this evening, not related to this at all, we're going to talk about tree policies and tree preservation. So, you know, one of the concerns that we're probably going to hear from a lot of these residents is the removal of trees. And in our tree preservation plan, I believe it says in terms of subdivision agreement, for every tree removed, 3 trees are planted or replanted. At this point, is it premature to ask you, do you have any knowledge of how many trees in that area are planned to be removed? Like, if I went up there, are they tagged?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are some recommendations that are in the EIS. I don't know offhand how many trees there are, but there was some inventory that was done. My understanding is that from a development perspective, the area to be developed would be cleared. And part of that is that on the other side, so the natural feature side, we do have a recommendation that's coming through from the EIS that would be on town staff or the region to condition and implement that requires us to do some planting of the buffer area to enhance it. And then also on the private side of things, we feel that having a really robust landscape plan, we brought in Mr. James McWilliams doing our landscaping for this, and he was nice enough to provide us with a concept. But there's a strong focus on integrating trees within the development. Of course, we need to do it in a manner that you're gonna see a lot of it's on the perimeter. Inside it, we're gonna try to do some street trees as well, but it's a little difficult with some of the infrastructure. But the plan is for robust planting on our end, as well as meeting the requirements of the EIS recommendations to enhance that buffer on our interface with the wooded area.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's difficult to see on that diagram up there, but I believe on what we received in our package, there's discussion about privacy screens, and then there's discussion about timber perimeter fencing. Can you just elaborate on those two? Because obviously, you know, we need to look at this through a lens that this is really a condominium, right? It's not a regular subdivision, it's a condominium. Am I correct in making that statement?
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's a vacant land condominium. So it's one lot of land with 10 units that'll be created with a common element as well. And in terms of what we would do is we have a requirement for fencing off the area because of the natural slope from a conservation perspective, but also we want to ensure that we ensure the privacy of the residents as well as our neighbors as well. So when we talk about things like light trespass and everything, a woodboard fence combined with vertical cutoffs on a lighting fixture, for example, helps stop light trespass onto adjacent properties. So the difference in those two things that you cited, the timber fence would be proposed around certain areas of the perimeter of the site. You can see one's proposed up against this adjacent neighbor here because of the proximity, and some here because this would be looking eventually down on Vista Ridge. But the privacy screens, if you look at your screen, are circled here. So that would be when you walk out the back of your unit. You typically have a bit of a wood screen and people hang baskets and flowers and stuff on them. But just so you can kind of go out in the backyard in your own amenity area within your land unit, you know, have a coffee, do whatever, but you're entitled to your privacy. So those two pieces of material are different.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to the presenters. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions around the private roadway. What width will that roadway be?
Through Mr. Chair, the proposed road width is 6.7 meters, and it's been designed in accordance with the requirements of the fire department, so your vehicle can turn around. It would also be a no parking area. There's a visitor parking provided, but no one can park along the side of the road in there.
Okay, that was one of my questions, if there were going to be people parking on the street. How many parking spots per condo would there be?
There's a mix, so there's 9 visitor spots that are provided, and between each units, these units here on your screen are 1.5 car garages, and then they have a spot in the driveway, so you could extrapolate that they would each have 2 spots, but some of these larger units are 2 car garages, and the driveway would also accommodate 2 cars side by side. So from a functional perspective, there's more than enough parking on site for the residents and their visitors.
So a person would need to park one car in the garage on the smaller units and one in their driveway.
Yes, so you could have 2 cars per unit, and then also you have your use of any of the visitor parking spots if you so choose.
Okay? And my question was around the emergency vehicles, but you said that there is a turnaround. So would they turn around in the parking, the visitor parking, or where would they turn the fire truck around?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. So as part of the design of this, we did reach out to the fire department to ensure we met fire code. And there were some questions about, how close could the truck get here to the porch and would it meet setbacks? So they're very helpful, and we took those comments and we designed. So what would happen is, let's say unit 7 left something on the stove, the truck would come in here and likely park here. They tend not to park right next to a burning building. They park here, but when it's time to leave, they move forward, they back, 3-point turn, and then they would leave.
As well as the garbage trucks?
Yes,
Same.
it's been designed for regional waste collection as well.
Okay, so it seems you're going to have quite a few minor variance applications for these setbacks as well, for the reduced setbacks?
Through Mr. Chair, because we have to do the rezoning to make it an RM1, we're asking for the site-specific provisions, so those approvals will come from council.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Chair McPherson.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenters. So that entranceway that I'm looking at, what's the proximity of that to the existing driveway of the neighbor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's about a meter away from the physical edge of the driveway for the neighboring property. Where my mouse is right now is where the city's boulevard ends. So this
Yeah.
is the property line. So they actually do have a portion of the driveway within the boulevard. So we've shown the driveway to our exit, and we'll be looking for direction from both the city and the region to see what sort of radius they'd like to accommodate in there in terms of fire or garbage or anything like that. But certainly, providing, making sure that we don't end up with any curbing or anything going through the neighbor's driveway.
So, and this is a question I have, what measures are there going to be to prevent people from driving across the neighboring driveway into that laneway?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our driveway is provided right to our property line, and we would be deferring to city engineering or Niagara Region to tell us what the flare in the public right-of-way, so that would be the town's property, that they would be on. They would only access our property at the property line. We don't have any encroachment into the neighboring yard.
Okay, so my fear is that it's going to be similar to a corner lot where kids cut across the lawn to take the shortest route possible. That's the fear that I have currently with what I see there. Without putting a white picket fence between the two driveways, I have a concern about that. The other concern is I see the term reduced in every side of this development, and it appears to me it looks like something that we're shoehorning into a piece of land. Is there any thought as far as perhaps scaling the size of this survey down to 8? We didn't even talk sidewalks yet. I don't see a sidewalk on that plans, and I'm just concerned about that we're shoehorning a development in this piece of land.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, that's certainly a fair point. There's a couple of variables in here that I didn't touch on maybe enough. One is that we do have the stable top slope feature here, which is identified. All structures need to be 7.5 meters back. So right off the hop, we're losing 25 feet off the back property line. So we're already cramped in, so to speak, with where our unit is. In terms of them, we need the length of a parking spot in the driveway to be provided as well. So we keep shrinking, and then we also need a 3-meter-ish utility trench to go in front. So a lot of the provisions, in my opinion, they're merely generated by the fact that this is the front yard by definition, the zoning bylaw. This is the rear yard, this is an interior yard, and this is an interior yard. And the way that some of those provisions are applied, it assumes something in a very straight-on subdivision lotting pattern. But when you're dealing with the townhouses, and the cost factor of the fact that to develop this site, you only have a 6.7 meter right-of-way. So it has to be condominium. You can't put a public road up into there. we need to, at our cost, we need to put in the road, we need to put in the water, the sewer, the hydro, the gas, all the costs of running those servicing to get that additional development. And it is a greenfield site as well. So we're achieving a density of 54 people and jobs per hectare on this. So we're right where we need to be in terms of planning. It's just for us to provide that amount of investment in infrastructure and reduce the amount of units doesn't make it feasible, and it's already a very difficult spot to develop. So we went through a few iterations of this, and this is what we felt was the most context sensitive and the most appropriate. And we feel a balance of good landscaping and the massing that ACK has provided to keep things squat and not kind of sitting up on top, that'll blend well.
I'm just going to ask one more question. This was all known prior to the acquisition of this property with regards to the setbacks and the requirements needed to make this development feasible.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, in order to do a townhouse development, we had to go to an RM1 zoning, so we would need variances from those provisions to make it work.
Okay, very good. That's all. Thank you.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Could I trouble you to go back to the original photo that showed, I think they were fir trees? Okay, how do you classify that, the appearance of what's growing on there? Is that scrub?
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on the findings of the EIS, they identified some trees, but mostly scrub brush woodland. There are some dead trees in here as well.
Okay, so what would you be doing to this area?
Through Mr. Chair, for the area, if approved, for development would be cleared for development. And as I noted, there's a requirement for us to enhance the existing natural area that would be outside of the property line. So to provide some additional planting in there and help create a more robust ecosystem. And then on our side, we would be responsible for aesthetic landscaping, but we would be doing it in a manner that uses local species and things that provide robust screening and helps it integrate seamlessly with the lands behind it.
Okay, so the trees that are dead, of course, will be removed, but the living trees in this particular configuration will also be removed. This will be completely leveled.
Through you, Mr. Chair, within the proposed development limits, yes.
Okay, and do you have a report that says, that gives you direction about what you're permitted to do with that vegetation? Do you have that from the NPCA?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have an environmental impact study. It was circulated to both the region and the MPCA. The MPCA only commented about the slope because it's a regulated feature due to the change in understanding with the region. The region has, I don't believe we received comments back. Perhaps we can get the clarification from town staff. I haven't seen regional comments yet myself, but they were circulated a copy of the EIS that contains the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have another question. I want to be clear about the attitude of this land versus the existing properties. Is there, in terms of drainage, do you have any, do you have a picture that shows that, that's more than one-dimensional?
In terms of drainage?
Yeah.
So one of the requirements that we had to do as part of our submission through you, Mr. Chair, is the submission of a preliminary stormwater management plan as well as a functional servicing plan. So the way that the pitch of the land lies right now, the water does tend to run northeast. Through this development, we would be subject to put detailed engineering plans in with grading. It's proposed right now that we would use a mix of rear yard catch basins, and we'd be using catch basins within the roadway. The stormwater would be collected. It would basically follow the alignment of where the proposed road would be. If I can just bring up the plan one more time, I can pray in and address a little bit better. There'd be catch basins in the rear yard here, and then catch basins in the road and the parking area. All the servicing would be under the roadway to here. There would be an oil grit separator on site to clean and treat that water before it's put into the municipal storm sewer on Highland Park Drive. We did note that at the open house, there were some discussions about stormwater and some of the water that sheets off the hill. And certainly through our grading plan, we can't have any additional water trespass onto neighbors' properties. This would actually cut it off, grab it, and put it into the appropriate treatment area, and would reduce any flows happening to neighboring properties. It would improve their dry and wet conditions.
And can you tell me, through you, Mr. Chairman, what is the degrees of separation or of slope between this development and the existing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that information right now.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, through you, the catch basins are going to be on the property, on the existing, this subdivision property. Are there any areas in all of this where there is a relationship with an existing property where there will be a catch basin installed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the stormwater solution, including the catch basins, will only be within the subject lands to be developed, but the site will be designed in a way that all rainfall is captured on site and doesn't trespass onto neighboring properties.
Okay, and, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have Councillor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thanks for the presentation. My first question, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, is about parking. Visitor parking. So what does our zoning bylaw say about the requirement for visitor parking within this particular development?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's no explicit requirement for visitor parking. It's factored in based on the type of built form you have currently. So for townhouse units, you're required to have a minimum of 2 spaces per unit. So in this case, as I alluded to before, with the garage and the driveway, every unit does meet the minimum, and we've also provided 9 surface parking spaces within the common element. But some of those units do have 4 spots.
Okay, thank you. And another question, Mr. Chair. The setbacks that, the site-specific setbacks that you're requesting, can you tell me what our RM1 zoning requires? So I see in the report what you're asking for, but I don't know what RM1 calls for.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, so RM1 is the zone we felt most appropriate to accommodate a block townhouse. As it's a permitted use, that's what these are classified as. So in terms of deviations from the standard zoning for what's required, I can run through those quickly. The first one is minimum lot frontage. You require 30 meters of frontage. As a result of the development of Grandview and the town's recent acquisition of a portion of Block 70 along Kayla Drive, we're left with 6.7 meters of frontage. It's all we have. It's an existing condition, so we feel it's appropriate and should be supported. In terms of minimum front yard, as I mentioned, this area here is the front yard. So the requirement for a minimum front yard is 6 meters, but the first face of the building is so far back, we wanted to provide additional site-specific zoning that says just how far these buildings need to be back from the private road, which is something that we're seeing changing throughout the region, but there's not a lot of really good zoning examples for private road development. So what the direction we provide is that this, for Unit 1, for example, we're 3.4 meters from the private roadway, which allows for that utility trench and the driveway to be positioned to still count as a parking spot. 4.5 meters from the private roadway for Units 2 and 10. So here's 2 and 10. So that gives their front yard setback. And then 4.5 meters from the private driveway to the garage of Unit 1. So just some different front yard setbacks. Our exterior side yard setback, we don't have any because this lot doesn't have any flankage onto a public road or an open space or anything like that. The exterior side yard, we wanted to provide it in writing to make sure that this was a minimum of 3 meters to meet the fire code. So we've asked for 3 meter exterior side yard setback to apply to Unit 5. Our interior side yards, they're required to be 7.5 meters or 25 feet, which is huge. So just in terms of the alignment and being able to have the turnaround on the road, these are our interior side yard setbacks. And this is where we've asked for 1.75 meter over here, which is large enough to accommodate a roof overhang and also a common element to get a lawnmower back there and do maintenance. And then on the other side, it'd be 2 meters down here. And then 1.9 meters on the side wall of unit 6 over there. And those were the only site-specific provisions, and as I noted, it's basically because we're dealing with a triangle and we're up against the edges, but given our experience with vacant land condo, we always make sure that minimum we maintain, it meets fire code, and that also has enough common element room that someone can get back in there for property maintenance, get a lawnmower around, and they don't need to walk their lawnmower through their kitchen to get to the backyard or any patio furniture. They can have a safe way around.
Thank you. So a lot of the setbacks that you're asking for are really because you're fitting it into an unusually shaped parcel. Is that what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, and the fact that it's an older zoning bylaw, more modern zoning bylaws, like Welland, for example, side yards and things are 1 meter. But I know you guys are undertaking that work, and I think you'll see that that's probably the recommendations that'll be put forward.
Okay, thank you. One more question, Mr. Chair, if you
Sure.
don't mind. Okay, so I think I read in here that they're going to be 1,300 square feet up to something like 1,800 square feet. Is that proposed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can let John answer that.
Okay, and then I have a question about that as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So we need bungalows throughout Lincoln. We definitely need them. So I'm happy that you're proposing bungalows, bungalow towns. The size of them, has there been any, what can you say about your market analysis, about the saleability of those? Are some of the large units, do you really feel that it's necessary to have them that large?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the idea is that the smaller units are usually the internal units, right? You get your one bedroom with dens in the interior. That allows for flexibility down the road. So if you want an office or if you want a 2-bedroom, you have that luxury to choose for the center units. And then the end units, those are really the larger ones, like the 1800s that you've mentioned. So those have a legitimate 2-bedroom configuration with another room available for a den or an office or a study, that type of thing. So we've provided flexibility within the plan and in working with the developer on their target market to allow kind of for someone coming into the development to be able to pick and choose what they're doing with their rooms and how they're using that space. Obviously, above and beyond, we have mud rooms, kitchens, dinings, livings in that 1800 as well.
Yeah. And just to clarify that question, and then I'm done, Mr. Chair. Target market, what is the target market that you mentioned?
That's what we're working with the developer on. So that's the square footage we've defined is the market. The bungalows, the 1,300 to 1,800 square foot. That's the market we're trying to hit.
So I would think it would be towards seniors, or do you think?
Through you, Mr. Chair, possibly that would. We do a lot of work in Niagara-on-the-Lake, so that's a very senior target market. But we're finding a lot of younger professionals that are coming into the market are actually looking for something like this with a little bit of a lower maintenance because they're so busy with their employment. And then also, they have less children, so a 2-bedroom configuration is perfect because they're able to have guests and still accommodate themselves. So younger professionals, less likely, but possibly, and then the retirement market, most definitely.
Just so we are talking about an accurate number, in the report, it states that the size is between 1,360 square feet and 2,226 square feet. So it's north of 2,200 square feet is the larger ones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, that's right.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to clarify that, if you look the unit number 10, which is that very large one on the end of block 1, that unit is the 2,200 square footer. So that one's got, again, 2 bedrooms, an option for an office or a den, and a large living, kitchen, dining space. But in working with Upper Canada and the developer, we feel that unit will be sellable for that area, provide a premium kind of bookend for that block.
Okay. There's no question in my mind they'll be sellable, so,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Councilor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you, the presenters, for being here this evening. Just a couple of questions of clarification or curiosity, I guess. How did this lot come to be? Do you know, like, the background of the history? How did it get to be like this shape after all the?
Through you, Mr. Chair, generally speaking, my understanding is that the block was created through the Grandview subdivision, and just through the build-out, and also portions of it were chipped away with Vista Ridge there, and most recently, we lost that area that was parallel along Kayla Street. So this is kind of the remnant of trading some of those parts into development that's gone on, but it's from Grandview, it's a remnant.
Okay, and further to that, the part 2 on the drawing, they will be unable to be used for anything else? Like you had stated, your density was based on part 1 only?
Yes.
So they won't be used, they cannot be sold off or used in any other, like if Highland Park is, or if it is extended up there, it can't be used or amalgamated with any other properties. It becomes nothing, or nothing, it becomes this owner's and it stays as is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through the EIS and the geotech, it determined that these areas, they either have features or they're geologically, you can't build on the side of a hill, so to speak. So they would, we haven't requested to rezone them as environmental protection. I think that's something that can get probably dealt with through your comprehensive zoning bylaw. If this is approved, obviously, it's going to your ownership. The town can zone it whatever it wants, but certainly they would be in the town's ownership as a condition of approval, or what we've recommended based on the policies in the official plan. And if that's the case, then it would be the town's pleasure to either sell those. But anybody that would want to build in there, they'd have to go through the exact same EIS process, and triangles are just the worst to build on, so we don't see a market for it.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
So I see that we've got a number of counselors that are going to want to ask additional questions, with the exception of Councilor Russell, who is going to ask for the first time. So I would ask those that are going to ask questions that they be new questions, that we're not rehashing information that we've already had provided. Okay, so we're going to start with Councilor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an extremely interesting survey. So the rear patios, I'm assuming that there's going to be decks built off the back of each unit. Am I correct in saying?
Through Mr. Chair, at the current time, as I mentioned, we have a 7.5 meter setback that we cannot build in. So these are the footprints proposed as the back of the dwelling. If decks are desired, it requires additional geotechnical analysis to be submitted to the satisfaction of the MPCA, in which case then you could put a deck on the back, provided it met the encroachment policies of the city zoning bylaw. But there's nothing planned as of right now.
Okay, so no decking, okay. And yeah, that was just a further question. I wasn't sure if a deck was part of the setback or if it was not. So thanks for that clarification.
Councilor Brunet.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I was wondering, Mr. Rowe, if you could go back to, I think it's your first slide, your very first slide. Right there. So I took the opportunity to go up to the site on the weekend, and you know, one of the things that immediately strikes me is the change in elevation. And certainly by looking at this, you don't get any idea of what it looks like in real life. So I'm really struggling with, you know, when I look at the last house or the first house that will be adjacent to where this road will come in, 4072. And I look, standing on Highland Road, and I look up at this house, there is quite an elevation change from road to house. Would you agree with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would.
So I'm really struggling when I look at the property adjacent to where this proposed development is, where Lysani is going to develop, where all the site servicing's already been in. And I look at the elevation, what I'm seeing there now, and I'm looking up here on what this is going to be. I'm having a really difficult time understanding that Lysani development is on grade. So I'm assuming that has to be built up significantly. Can you comment on that at all? Or I'm just trying to get an understanding of grades.
Through Mr. Chair, I'm not familiar with what sort of grading works would be required for Lozani, but what I would submit is certainly, I agree with you, there's a grade change there. Through those studies, we identified some table land that we can put the development on. And you'll note the way that the development's been articulated, certainly concerns over overlook, is that we do have the side of Unit 10 would be facing towards the development. And then we also, let me just blip over here just for a second to that plan, if you just bear with me for one moment. Come on, there it is. So if Lozani's down here, this is the side of a unit, and then these units are then recessed in this area here with a landscape buffer that would be provided here, combined with ACK's recommendation for a one-story bungalow. We always knew that with the elevation change, overlook and height would be of concern. We feel that these recommendations are more in keeping with the character of the area, and it wouldn't, a two-story townhome here would not be appropriate at all from an urban design perspective.
I completely agree with that. I guess where I'm going, one of my big, I mean, I have a number of concerns, and you've articulated a number of those and come up with some solutions or, things that we move forward with. But one of my biggest concerns when I look at this, and I'm on site and I'm trying to envision, you're coming up Highland Road, you're coming to Kayla, and now there's going to be this road that goes up into this development. And I'm trying to envision what the grade of this road going into this condo development is going to be. And I mean, you mentioned a couple of times, well, the SKUs will be developed by engineers and this and that, but I mean, I just can't imagine coming off of Highland and then going straight up a 20-degree slope or something. And when I look at the elevation, I'm just having a really difficult time understanding what that looks like. Can you help me with that?
Through Mr. Chair, certainly a detailed grading plan is going to be coming into the town if this is approved as a condition of site plan. Of course, the road will have to be engineered at a slope that's appropriate and safe for vehicles. I can appreciate the grade change there, but we certainly feel we have enough room to get the road up there in an appropriate fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, my question was in line with Councilor Bernay. With the elevation of that road, and again, I have not been up there yet, so one of my questions was, if you were to start at the beginning of your drawing there and go to the apex of the E and Drive, do you have any inclination of what the grade would be of that?
Through Mr. Chair, no, not at this time.
Okay. Do you believe, sorry, Mr. Chair, one quick follow-up. Do you believe that it would be safe for a car to go up and a car to go down at the same time and follow that radius?
Through Mr. Chair, the road is designed with the appropriate radii and visibility. A 6.7 meter right-of-way is large enough to accommodate two vehicles passing each other.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to be argumentative, but again, in some of our backfill developments where we've seen this type of very, very confined quarters, particularly one near Rittenhouse, that smaller entryway is a straight path as opposed to this curvature. The other limitation I see here, there's no access for walking or any active transportation. So if somebody were to come out of there and wanted to go for a walk, a hike, a drive on their bike, a child with a wagon going down that, their only access point is that road. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, that would be the point of access to the municipal boulevard and sidewalks.
Do you feel that that would be a safe path for a 4-year-old on a bike?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, I do.
Do you have a 4-year-old?
I have a 2-year-old.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I always have difficulty with applications and relationships with numbers, and so my question is my usual question. Who is the developer? Do we have a relationship with them? Are they here tonight?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, sitting in the back is Mr. Dominic Delala with Centennial Construction.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for attending. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I do have a email that I did receive from Councilor Pachariva, and this is his comments with regards to the development for the record. Having walked the property, the slope isn't conducive to this type of development. They are asking for a reduction in setbacks, and the road will be right beside the neighbor's driveway, and the cars driving on the internal road, their headlights will shine in the kitchen window. A private road with 10 bungalow townhomes doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. The residents are not against development, but it should be single-family dwellings in estate ravine lots that will fit with the homes currently built to the north and the new ones to the south. There is an old growth stand of trees that needs to be removed, which help combat climate change. There will be no place to put the snow, not enough parking, and 1.5 garages when everyone has 2 vehicles. So those are Councillor Pachariva's comments, and not expecting any real response, but want to just get those out on the record. I do have a couple of questions. One is going down the road of Councillor Regima's questioning. So how would you, she was asking about target market. How would you position these townhomes in the market?
Through Mr. Chair, or to you, Mr. Chair. At this time, the way that some of the footprints and things have been designed, these are more of a premium townhome. Certainly, bungalow towns are very attractive in the market right now, and they would be positioned as such. As I alluded to, there's incredible views from up on top of this area of tableland, so certainly we feel they would fetch a premium, and they would be very, very desirable. It's in a great established neighborhood, and with the growth coming to Vista Ridge, you know, you're reasonably close to the GO station. It's got all the right things going for it, so I would imagine that the marketing would be very quick.
So you would expect that the materials being used in these homes, in these townhomes, would be of an executive type quality. Is that a fair
Yes,
statement?
yes.
And that these would be above average on the market as far as cost goes?
Through to you, Mr. Chair, comparable to other just general townhomes. I don't think the comparison to some of the large single detached on Highland is
No,
necessarily
just from a
fair, but
townhome
your
standpoint.
typical townhome development you're seeing now are typically 2 stories, or the bungalows are, you know, kind of mid-range. These would be above that.
Okay, and my other question is to the staff, and it was, I think Councilor Brunet brought up the tree policy that we're going to talk about later. Would this development fall under the new tree policy, assuming we're moving that through?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it would. I mean, at this point, that tree policy that you're going to be seeing a little later on is still in draft form, but I'm assuming, given the timelines, that, yeah, it would likely be in place, so
Okay.
I would say so.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. At this time, are there any other persons present this evening to address a zoning bylaw amendment application by 1473944 Ontario Limited? Please approach the podium, come forward, state your name and address, and spell your surname for the record. Come on down.
Starting now? Okay, good evening, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name's Terry Court, C-O-U-R-T. I live at 4074 Highland Park, which is two houses down from the development itself. And hearing all the concerns raised by you guys, they're all in line with what our concerns are. If we could pull some of those drawings back up, if we could, that presentation, I'd just like to highlight a couple of things on it. The discussion around the woodland, or what's referred to currently as scrub, there's probably 400 trees that they're talking about plowing down as part of this. And they're all, like, that's woodland behind there has lost a lot of ash trees over the past couple of years because of the ash borer. And these are all maple, they're walnut trees, oak trees, and there's very few dead trees in there. It's quite a nice bush. To replace that, it would be difficult to my mind. Where I live currently, looking out my backyard, when we purchased our homes, we paid premium for the lots, expecting the rest of the street to, be consistent with what's there today as part of the street, not to have townhouse condominium complex dropped in my backyard, basically, because now I would be looking at the side of it. And, you know, with all the setbacks we're talking about and building up, right up into the ravine itself, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me as a homeowner to see this come in. And I understand, you know, they're gonna be nice places, and they're designed to fit the forest and whatnot, but it really, to me, isn't designed to fit the rest of the street of what's there today and be consistent up the street. And the grade change to pull in there, and Tony, who's here tonight, his driveway is butting up against it. It looks like you'd have to actually basically cut across his driveway to get in this little laneway where we have my grandkids play out there and whatnot. And I have a lot of concerns around, you know, what this is gonna be, and I'm really hoping there's some common sense applied here. And I don't know if I've missed anything other than some, right now, currently, there is water issues with water coming out of the field, and I'm sure there's a lot of engineered solutions that can be brought to, you know, adapt some of those issues. But even with where that laneway is itself, and the grade change, and I think it'd be about approximately 3 meters, because that's what it is today from Highland Park to my yard. You know, a 3-meter slope of anything in the wintertime or during any rain or anything like that, you're gonna have water coming down there. How am I doing for time? Got a couple more minutes? Yeah, I just really I don't have any specific questions. They're just the concerns I have as living there and whatnot, and I appreciate your time.
Hang on just a sec. Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your comments. My question is actually a question to staff regarding some of your comments. Would it be possible, as part of our staff recommendation, to have our arborists go up and verify the EIS report, just to find out what is in that field of trees or the woodlands?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's something that we could do. At the end of the day, the EIS was done by somebody that specializes in that particular field, and it has been reviewed by the region as well, who didn't express any concerns, at least at this point, when it came to the recommendations, the identification of impacts, and the mitigation measures. However, that is an exercise we can most certainly undertake.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts tonight. Calling for a second time to approach council, speak to the public meeting.
Good evening, council, and thank you very much for hearing our concerns. My name is Andrew Wood, and I live at 4069 Highland Park Drive. It is the house kitty corner to where Kayla Drive would go up into the private laneway. Many concerns, as you have heard tonight. I will try not to repeat them. And at which point, my first concern was, since council okayed the zoning for the northern portion and the southern portion of this development, not once this type of density was approved or looked at. And now there's a plan being proposed for a high-density building, condominiums, townhouses, call them whatever you want, on the most environmental sensitive area, which had been previously mentioned, in the entire region. In good conscience and using common sense, that does not make sense. My neighbor Terry mentioned there are single-family homes up there. There are townhouses approximately 500 meters to the east of us. They have complete driveways. They have complete roads. They have complete garages. They have complete streets to park on. Everything that's been mentioned for this development has been reduced. We've had to set this back. We've had to shrink this in. Common sense would tell you that that does not belong in that area. You don't go and buy a new pair of shoes because they look good. Oh, I'll just squeeze my foot into there. Because eventually they're going to hurt your feet and you're not going to wear them. By squeezing this development in, this is what we object to. It does not make sense from a standpoint of that slope that is there. Whether we measure that to be 3 meters, 10 meters, they can talk about, and quoting words, if approved, we'll work on the grading. Well, if approved, the grading is not going to be subject at that point to the scrutiny, as if water is coming down to that intersection, there are already drainage problems coming off that hill. Once you take away the natural topographical features, the volume of the water and the velocity in which it flows at will be much greater, and at which point it's going to spill into that street. And when you are looking at February and March and November and December, and that water is not held back, it will go directly in that intersection, increasing traffic problems as well as previous mentioned parked cars, but now the roads are gonna be icy. And coming down that slope, people are gonna have to brake right through the intersection they come. There are kids all over the place, coming in to and from that intersection. There are cars, not constant. Town of Lincoln does a fine job of going through and making sure people are not parked on Kaler, because you're not allowed to. I left this morning for work, there was a parked car there. I left for this meeting, there was a parked car there. They can talk about there will be spaces for cars. People will park illegally on these streets. No one can look 24 hours a day. And at which point, with that volume flow, it is a large problem. The increase in noise pollution, traffic density, again, it is something that we don't experience at this point. It seems like it's being shoehorned in, and I would be quite grateful if you were to consider our objection to this. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. If you would like to, I do have a video of what the water looks like at this time with no, that's very small, I can email it to you. Coming down now with natural vegetation. The pooling that goes on at where that intersection would be right now is tremendous. You put 10 townhomes, paved road, increase the slope, that water not only is gonna be coming through the intersection, that's coming out on my property and probably into my basement. I haven't had any water issues in my house in 10 years. This goes in, I'm gonna have water issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. And if you would, you can send an email through to Trish. Who do we want that to go to? To you? To the clerk? That would be appreciated. Thank you for your input. So I'm now calling for a third and final time for anyone to come forward to speak to this public meeting item. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name, I live right beside this property,
So your address is
4072 Highland Park.
Highland Park? Okay, and your name, sir?
My name is Antonio Pietrorazio,
Okay,
Sardatu, and I'm a builder myself. I've been a builder, now I'm retired. And I live right beside this property. It's a beautiful property. Oh, sorry. And when I built my house there, I never thought that beside me would be multiple units, intensify that area fivefold. So my question is, right now, you're gonna put, is that 10-unit townhouse there?
10, yes.
10-unit townhouse there. So increase the density fivefold with people, with cars, especially there is the entrance of these 10 units. It's right beside my house. Goes up and then turns to accommodate those 10 units. So I will have a traffic because beside my house, 10 units, it's 10 family. Some family, they have 2 cars. Some families, if they have kids go to school, maybe they have 3 cars. So you talk about 25 cars every day going up and down that hill. It's not just a normal driveway. You have to consider where the road is, and the upper and the highest part is the difference about 11 feet. So it's quite a slope. And the way this townhouse design is made, it's when they get out from the driveway, go against my driveway, and even, okay, doesn't happen, but accidents do happen. If somebody misses that turn, sharp turn, they're gonna end up in the front of my driveway. And plus, the intensification of that small it's fivefold higher than my house. like my house, you can accommodate 5 lots, the size of my house, which is a normal house, it's not. And now they intend to intensify beside about 25 houses per acres. So it's a big change. The number of people living there, the number of cars going up and down right beside my kitchen. And so I don't understand, even the developer, to submit an application to put multiple housing in that small spot, which it's the difference is from the house we have now, which accommodate about 5-6 houses per acres. Now the change is about 26 family houses per acres. So it's a huge change. And especially my house is right beside this thing. You're gonna see this car going up and down. It's not a normal driveway. It's from the road up to my house, it's about 10 feet higher. So you have to visualize. The cars go like this. There is an incline there between 0 to 10 feet within short distance. In fact, my house, we got steps beside this property going up, and from the road to that part there is about 10-12 feet. So now having this 10 unit in there, first of all, creates traffic right beside my kitchen, up and down. And fumes, which cars, okay, today's cars, they're nice. They're not the same as 50 years ago, but still, they spew as fumes and which goes directly to my kitchen house. So, therefore, I am against this project. This project, if they go there with a decent single family, which that's where the zone is all over the place there, a normal single family, it's okay. But I think 10 units of townhouses in that area, right beside, actually they're in my backyard. My backyard, there's the house is there. They're looking through my backyard, not only mine, and also my neighbors. So therefore, I'm against this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and safe to assume, Mr. Pietro Razio,
Yes, yes.
that your letter has been submitted into the public record? Okay, we have a copy of it here.
I don't know my, where am I?
Is that coming from, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm his wife, Mary, and
Okay,
I
Mary.
delivered it to Matt
Yeah,
last week.
Okay, so it's part
So
of the,
that's part of the
it's
objection.
part of this
I want
evening's
to be
report.
registered as strongly objecting.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? We have one. Mary Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. What I'm hearing is there are many concerns that need to be addressed. I'm hearing that that the neighbors certainly want consideration to be given to all of their concerns, and that this is this development is seen to be very, very tight, 10 units in this area. And so it appears as though some flexibility is required, and and so I think the staff have some work ahead, working with Centennial Construction and the consultants to try and create something here that's more compatible. So I hope that that's I hope that they are successful and that in doing so, we'll get some clarity as well around drainage, which seems to be an important issue, and as well as the tree policy, how that's going to roll out. Thank you very much.
Council Bernay.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Just very quickly, I just wanted to, through you, to ask either Matt or maybe Kathleen. We hear this all the time when we have public meetings, and we hear about it, you know, after the fact that no one knew about a public meeting. And, you know, when I spoke to some of these residents, you know, once the report went out and talked to some of their concerns, I know, you know, one of the comments were that they had concerns that a number of residents weren't getting notified. So I was wondering through you, Mr. Chair, if possibly Mr. Bruder could comment if we know what the mailing list was, just for clarity on that went out for this public meeting.
Mr. Bruder?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So as with any zoning bylaw amendment application like this, we're required by the Planning Act to circulate to property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. I did look back and see as to how many were on the mailing list for this particular notice, and there were 32 property owners. In this case, there probably would have been more due to the Loseni development, but because some of the closings for those units have just recently happened or are still happening, typically we don't get updated assessment info for a couple of months after that, so it still remains under the one property owner. But as I said before, I did look, we keep a list of all the addresses that were circulated the notice, and there was 32 on there.
Okay. All right, thank you. So as there are no more speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by 1473944 Ontario Limited closed. Are there any further questions from council? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, we have a motion that council receive zoning bylaw amendment application PLZBA 201-90149 and draft plan of vacant condominium application PLCV L201-90150 in the name of 1473944 Ontario Limited for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. We will require a mover for that motion. Councillor Russell, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we're next moving into delegations. We have no other registered delegations this evening. We will move into presentations. We have 3 presentations this evening. Please note that presenters may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. We have a presentation from Niagara SPCA and Humane Society to present regarding animal care. Our Manager of Municipal Law and Enforcement, Dan Smith, will provide some opening remarks. Please come forward.
Thank you to your worship, Mr. Chairman and councillors, for giving us an opportunity to speak to you this evening. Just before we get into the presentation, I just wanted to thank the Niagara SPCA and Humane Society for providing the mobile unit that was outside this evening. As I think some of you had an opportunity to go through, it's quite an impressive unit. They have multiple units. I think they'll speak to that as well. It's part of what our new communications plan is with them that we had committed to through the process that we went through a few months ago. In addition to having the unit here, we're looking to have that in some of our town-run events coming in the next little while. Also, we have a new pop-up banner that's been at Town Hall for the last couple of weeks, as well as one at the Fleming Center, which we will be moving around to other town buildings. We have some posters that have been spread around to some of the municipal buildings, as well as a few of the veterinary locations in town, and including a couple of the stores that sell animal products. I would like to just briefly thank Carrie, who's not here tonight. She's worked really closely with their communications staff as well. And we are right into what we have, are committed to with our communications plan, and also allowing more access for our residents to some of the services. So in saying all that, I'd like to introduce John Greer and Amanda Ellis from the Niagara SPCA and Humane Society, which will briefly go over their service and what our residents and the municipality can expect from them over the next few years. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members. Thank you very much for having us here tonight. We just have a very short presentation just to go through and show you some of the services that the Niagara SPCA actually have to offer to the members of the community. So this is just our splash page. These are a couple of the things we do. So I know a couple of you got through our mobile unit outside. It's a full surgical animal hospital. It can do spay neuters or anything that your regular veterinary clinic can do. And as you can see, it's mobile, so we can actually pull it into any parking lot. We're fully certified by the College of Veterinarians of Ontario. So we can do surgeries, we can do dentals, we can do health exams. And of course, this is all at a very low cost to the residents compared to what they would pay for regular veterinary services. So we were originally the Wellington District SPCA, and in 2018, we were established, in 1954, and in 2018, we amalgamated with the City of Niagara Falls to become the new Niagara SPCA and Humane Society. This is just a map just to give you an idea of our coverage area, the blue being us. We do cover most of the region, all the way out into Haldimand as well. As well as our mobile services, we also have a veterinary clinic that opened in 2014. It's a high-volume, low-cost clinic. It's open to anyone to come in. We have people travel all the way from Toronto, up north, anywhere. We do generally about 25 to 30 surgeries per day in our bricks and mortar. Our mobile unit, if we do cats, we're about 40 surgeries per day, so we are very high volume. That's a picture actually of our older unit that we're actually sort of taking out of service. It's more of a trailer style unit, again, fully accredited through the College of Veterinarians. The newer unit outside, along with another unit that we were able to purchase through a grant, are the bigger truck style units. So we're looking at when our clients come in to give them more of a veterinary feel when they come in. It's a bigger unit, higher ceilings, and it just gives you that feel inside of being in a veterinary clinic. Back in 2015, there's a picture of it there. Back in 2015, when we started this program, we were the only mobile unit in the province of Ontario. No one else had that designation. We've traveled throughout the province. Our first accreditation was actually to our Indigenous community, so we spent a lot of time out there. And then in 2018, we went back to the college and asked if we could serve all communities. So now you're going to be seeing this much more in your community and other communities around the Niagara region. Now that we have the new accreditation, we can come into any community anywhere in the province of Ontario. So that's just a picture of inside the unit. We had 100 operational days. We've done 2,118 spay-neuter procedures and 2,125 wellness exams. And that's all mobile, all on the road and parking lots just like yours outside here across the province. I'll let Amanda speak to this. This is her program.
So a few years back, I created a humane education program. That's me actually there with my dog. And what we do is we go and attend schools, and it's strictly education, teaching younger children how to introduce themselves properly to dogs so that they don't get bit. I've also created, I became a certified trainer and behaviorist of dogs. So I've also created ABE dog bite prevention training, which I work with all of the local health inspectors throughout Niagara Region and municipal law enforcement, anyone where they're coming in contact with animals on the property, to educate again against bite prevention. So I go into all the schools, right up from kindergarten, usually we do pet visits, and right up into the college and university.
So this is just a little bit of information on our animal control contract. We're a full-service provider of all animal control services. That's up to your large animals, your exotics, down into your domestics. We have contracts with farms. We actually run the Niagara Safe House for exotic animals, so we actually bring them out throughout the province. Falls under our jurisdiction. Basically, all of our officers receive yearly training in use of force, animal control techniques, large animal rescue. We had a chance to speak to one of your fire people a little bit earlier, so we're going to be entering into a contract with them along this corridor of the QEW. Actually, I guess they're having a bit of an issue if there are large animals that get onto the highway or on the city roads. They don't have the equipment or the manpower. We actually have that, so we'll be in further talks with the fire department. So again, all of our officers, they're fairly long-term officers. They were Ontario SPC agents before. We decided not to enforce the act, so now they fall under the provincial. And basically what that means to the municipality is you have full-time animal control officers who are no longer pulled away to do cruelty work, which is actually a part of the province. So they're full service, but they're still fully trained. Do you want Dr. Wallen?
So I'll just speak a little bit about our wildlife, the mandate, and regarding, we intervene, we respond to all sick, injured, and orphaned wildlife, trapped and things like that. So when a resident would call in regards to wildlife and say that they have trapped an animal, they are responsible if the animal is on their own property to release the wildlife within a kilometer radius, unless the animal is showing or is exhibiting signs of sick or illness. We are not authorized to act as a pest control, so we can't go out and just start removing wildlife for people, but we can assist them in offering the rental of traps or give them tips on how to get rid of the wildlife if they're just kind of being a nuisance where they've moved in. You get skunks in garages. This time of year, raccoons are trying to find their homes for the winter, and they're going to try and get in, and they can be quite destructive. So there's little tips that we can give people, as well as through an education, to try and get rid of them rather than having to any costs of trapping or calling a pest control. So we always tried those methods first before we actually advised that they would call a pest control company.
So this is, again, just a couple of the things we do. As Don alluded to earlier, we do have a pretty robust multimedia. We have our own YouTube channel, a large following on Facebook. We do a lot of community events. We're probably out into the communities doing adopt-a-thons with our animals, showcasing our animals at least 18 to 20 times per year. This all alongside, of course, of our mobile services as well that we run out. We also work closely with other humane societies. We're part of the Northern Animal Summit. In Southern Ontario, we actually don't see as many animals, dogs or cats, that actually come in through our shelters. So we work with our northern partners, and basically what we do is, you saw our Flight Buddy program. We can get somebody to sponsor. We pay for it, but we'll sponsor the animal to come in from our northern community. And we've actually got dogs as far away as Russia. We try to keep it more local, a Canadian thing, so we try closer to work with our northern partners. They run into problems now with the winter coming in, puppies being born. If some of us here in the south don't intervene, those puppies will most likely freeze to death in the north. So we do our Flight Buddies. We also have transport vehicles that can actually go up and transport as much as 40 dogs. And this is just a little bit as far as our human resources go. We have our enforcement arm. Amanda is a dedicated manager to the enforcement arm for bylaw, so any complaints that come through, she works closely with your bylaw department to ensure that the residents are receiving the proper responses that they need and just working through it. Through our animal care, We have 3 registered veterinary technicians and 2 veterinarians in-house, so any animals that are picked up receive full veterinary care in-house. And we also have 5 veterinarians that work as locums, which just means they travel around with our mobile team. So our veterinary care is second to none here in the Niagara region for the animals coming into care. And this is just a little at the end. This is, again, some of the different things that we do. We run a cat adoption center at the Seaway Mall in Welland, and we do about 85 adoptions on cats through there, as well as our shelters. We now have shelters in Niagara Falls, Port Colborne, and of course Welland. And these are just a couple of the things we do. We have fosters for puppies coming in for some of our sicker animals. We do all kinds of special events throughout the community, so we're really looking forward now, especially with our mobile, that the accreditation has changed, to get out into the communities here in Lincoln and provide some spay-neuter services, especially the rural people. We talked to some rural people today that are having some trouble with their barn cats, so we'll be able to literally pull our mobile right up to their property and do spay-neuters for them, vaccinate them. And we always find at the end of the day when our mobile team leaves, a lot of people sort of miss this. A healthier animal makes for a healthier community. It's just healthier overall. If there are any bites, et cetera, we have full vaccination records of the animals in the area, so we can share that with medical people. And these are just our 2018 numbers. Enforcement calls were 2,587. We picked up stray dogs or cats, 977. Our wildlife distress, that would be again sick, injured, or trapped, was 806. We did 1,349 adoptions. And lost pets through microchip identification, et cetera, that were returned home were 385. And that's our presentation.
Well, thank you, both of you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to the presenters. Thank you very much for coming tonight, and I did have a quick tour. And I am so excited to see that mobile unit. I saw it advertised on Facebook first thing this morning, and I shared it out immediately. And I thought, it's about time, you know? Like, we need that service badly. And we had a discussion about moving it around different parts of Lincoln so we hit different areas. My question to you is, people who maybe have pets but can't afford the fees, do you have any kind of subsidized rates for people that are on fixed income or low income?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so what we'll do is if we go into these communities where we can identify that problem through city staff or whatever, we have a very close partnership. That's how this is made possible, through grants from PetSmart Charities or Pet Value. They're really getting behind the animal welfare, so we would apply for a grant, and we could go in there and we could basically provide the services, X amount of services, free to the public if it's an identified area.
I think that would be really beneficial, because there are people that have pets and just simply cannot afford veterinarian care. So this is an option for them, and and you don't need an appointment, you can just show up. So I think that's fantastic. Just a question, I see all the different things that you do and all the different programs. Around cruelty, what do we do if there's an instance where there's a cruelty happening? Would you handle that, or who do we contact?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So back in January 2nd of 2019, the Superior Court of Ontario ruled as a charity through the Ontario SPCA that our powers as police officers, Amanda and I were both inspectors with the Ontario SPCA, to be unconstitutional. Our provincial body, the Ontario SPCA, on June the 28th decided to step back from enforcement because of the ruling of the court. There's, I believe, 7 humane societies have stepped forward to provide those services on a temporary basis until the government can figure it out. So that would have run from June 28th till January 2nd of 2020. So there is a government hotline. So our officers still respond to all calls. They go out, so what they basically do is they enforce the bylaws of the municipality that are in, and then if it steps over into legislation, which would be cruelty, we call the cruelty hotline number, and they would assign inspectors from there.
Okay, so you would facilitate that process?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good, thank you very much.
Councilor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you for your presentation. I didn't get to see the mobile unit out there. I wish I had. So I'll ask you after where you're going to be next.
Mr.
Okay, I'll
Chair,
ask you
we're
now.
actually working, sorry, yeah, we're working with the city staff. So I mean, we want to make it a regular program. We find that that's easier. So in talking to a few of the residents today, again, the lady with the barn cats, we want to, through city staff, identify it, and we want to make it a regular program, probably on a monthly basis. And we'll probably alternate spay neuter with a wellness clinic, again, depending on the needs of the community. So Vineland, places like that. Like I say, the nice thing with being mobile, we can literally pull into any parking lot and provide that service, and we can move around basically wherever we're needed within Lincoln.
Okay, so a couple of questions further to that. So you're getting funding from, sorry, what's the pet store, PetSmart?
Pet Value or PetSmart.
Pet Value and PetSmart. So is there a point where that funding, where things become prohibitive for you because that funding is starting to run out, or have you experienced that? And then I have another question further to that after, Mr.
Through you,
Chair.
Mr. Chair. So what we do is it's a self-sustaining model when we just go into the residence. So today we provided the services for $25 for each of the services. Our spay neuter services range from 20 to 140. So it's self-sustaining in that if we pull into any area, we would book those appointments, or we would do drop-ins, and basically the unit sustains itself. There's no additional funding. It would just be to the other councillor's comment that if we identified a really low-income area or an area, we would apply for those grants. So they're open, they've been around forever, they're going to be around forever. So we would apply for those basically on a case-by-case basis, only where they're needed. Other than that, the unit's self-sustaining. It doesn't cost anything to run.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, one more question. I was looking on your website, and I don't, it's very complicated what you do. There's lots of variations, but okay, so on your website, feral and community cats, you do not adopt or euthanize feral cats. So you were speaking earlier on about providing the service to a woman who has barn cats. How do you, so, okay, let's say they were feral cats. Let's say somebody had 20 feral cats that they brought to you, and to your mobile unit, and said, I have the money, will you spay or neuter them? How do you respond to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. Our staff are actually very used to working with feral groups, so usually they're managed colonies. And we work with a lot of the different colony owners. Again, it's cats just get really out of, like, just quickly breed, right? So we have gloves, we have live trap cages, we have squeeze cages. Our veterinary team, again, is very used to dealing with feral animals, so we already have those sort of established relationships. So barn cats, feral cats, anything like that, it's not an issue for the mobile team.
Yeah, so thank you. And I think, I don't know if this is exactly true what I'm going to say, but I think that offering these services to people who have cats as pets in, urban areas in their homes is, in a way, in a long-term way, cutting back at the possibility of eventually having a higher feral cat population. Because I think this does happen. People get a cat, they get a little kitten, and they like the kitten. And the kitten grows up, and they maybe don't care so much about the cat anymore. They let the cat out, the cat goes, cat has more babies. So I think you are addressing the part of the root of the problem of having our feral cat population grow. And so I'm very happy about what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Mikulak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the presenters. I happened to take a tour. I thought it was a very, very well-equipped, very nice, professional, looked like a clinic to me. You say that you did 100 days worth of visits. Is that the single unit or 2 units? And over what period of time would that have been?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the single unit. The other 2 units, like I say, are brand new, so that we're just getting them ready and getting them on the road. That was one of the brand new ones. The 100 days was actually a 2-year. That was over 2 years. So we're on the road probably about 50 days a year. The weather, of course, here in Ontario plays a factor on where we can go and what we can do. And we're hoping again to expand that unit now that we've added our secondary unit that's strictly wellness. It's a little resource, less intensive on the shelter staff. We don't need as many veterinarians, so we can do these wellness exams. Again, Niagara region, huge hotspot for rabies, so we're very, very dedicated to getting out of there and getting like everybody's pets as well as, again, the community groups, these rabies. M&R is constantly out baiting, but we have to get the pets, the rabies vaccines as well, right? They're the ones in the community, they're the ones interacting with our children, so we need to make sure they're looked after.
And just one more, just, I see 8 municipalities are serviced, and you're hoping to reach Lincoln at least once a month. And the other thing I'm hoping is promoting this service and making sure that people are aware. Is there a plan or a thought as to how to advertise or promote that service and the location of the van with each date? Is that something that can be thought out with a schedule of events moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We're actually working with the city. We have our own in-house multimedia department. We're very lucky one of our staff members actually had a background in that. And he's the one that does all our videos, posts. So we'll do it through Facebook. Social media is where we need to reach people today. That's where we're going to reach our largest target audience. So we want to set that program up through basically any social network, Twitter, anything like that, but definitely Facebook, and get the word out there and then set it up as a regular program.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming tonight. I would agree with, I think, where the councilor is going. You know, there's certainly a need to get your company out there in our community, and the mobile van, I think, will help, because there is a natural tendency for people to think that we're dealing with, you know, the next door Humane Society as opposed to your organization up in Welland. So I would certainly encourage you to get out there. If there's opportunities within our schools, you know, from the dog training and dog biting, and I think those would be very valuable in our elementary and even in our high schools. So thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
So I have a motion to receive for information the presentation from Niagara SPCA and Humane Society regarding animal care. We require a mover. Councillor Timmers, all in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Our next presenters are from Niagara Workforce Planning Board. We have the recently appointed CEO, Vivian Kennard. Welcome. And Adam Durant, who we've come to know over the last number of years. So Adam is the Operations and Research Manager. And to get us kicked off, we have our Economic Development Officer, Paul Deaney, for some opening remarks. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the committee, it is my pleasure to be up here to introduce Adam and Vivian from the Niagara Workforce Planning Board. As committee is well aware, in previous years we have used the Niagara Workforce Planning Board to beef up our understanding of the local job demand market here in the town of Lincoln. You know, you're only as good as the statistical information that you have in your community, so we're very pleased to have this partnership with the Niagara Workforce Planning Board. So these reports, as council is aware, we used in our economic development strategy to mention one item, but we've used them on an ongoing basis. So for this year, we've asked the Niagara Workforce Planning Board to sort of kick it up a notch, and here to present this new slate of ideas and reports. We do have Vivian and Adam, so further over to them, and we look forward to your comments at the end.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say I'm very appreciative of the time that you're giving us tonight, and I thank Paul for being in great partnership with NWPB. I am new to the role. I've just been there about a month now, so I'm still learning the ropes and learning all of the great partnerships that we've got across the region. I'm going to hand it over to Adam right away because we've only got the 10 minutes, and I want to make sure that you've got ample time for questions, so thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, councilors, always a pleasure to be before you. I'm going to get right into it, and I'm going to try and keep it as light and breezy as I can, because I know we've entered the hour where statistical analyses will put people to sleep, so I don't want to be any responsible for any of the fallout from that. Really, this is just a brief overview of the work we've done with the town of Lincoln. It started with some custom census analyses. We moved into doing some preliminary tourism analysis in 2017. 2018 shifted into the quarterly job demand reports that Paul mentioned already. And now moving into 2019, 2020 and beyond, we want to expand the job demand reports, and we want to build in a few new projects that we've been in discussion with staff over the summer and would just like to present tonight. So this is the home base of this presentation. Everything that follows are examples of the work that's been done, where it's going to be going, and just sort of some teasers for the work that can come out of it. So the expanded job demand reports, right now they're delivered quarterly. We're looking at ways of amplifying that to do monthly reporting. Monthly reporting comes with some challenges in terms of the amount of data we can glean every month. So we'll be putting that together, we'll be expanding the quarterly reports, and we'll be moving to explore opportunities for digital delivery as well as print delivery, effectively creating interactive tools where members of the community, members of council can have access to sort of a front-end dashboard of data, and then there'll be the back-end delivery of the data that can be for internal use there. So we want to be able to provide the data in ways that go beyond what we're able to manufacture and let it be responsive to council's needs as those needs develop. The Labor Supply Blue Book is an anticipatory tool for supporting business development, business attraction, business retention. Right now, the system is that if there's an employer moving in and Paul has a question with respect to what existing labor supply looks like, he calls me, I drop everything, and we put a report together for council as quickly as possible, knowing that these things are time sensitive. Recognizing that council and the committee have been building priorities for economic development in Lincoln, we can take those insights and we can build them into a report that will effectively say, if an industry X wants to invest in Lincoln, what does labor supply Y look like? So it doesn't cover everything, but it lets us build contingencies for what we would expect reasonably to have to deal with, and then it streamlines some of the processing, and it allows for a little bit more aggressive recruitment to Lincoln rather than having to be responsive to requests that come in. The agritourism and tourism report really is an attempt to build on the report that we delivered to council in 2017. This report was based on a Canada Tourism HR methodology that was designed at a national level, but really doesn't scale down to a local level particularly well. There were gaps in the data that we provided. What we've got now are some custom data that we ordered from the 2016 census that's already in the queue, and we already have some fairly good work done on that, and really pairing that with a few other data sources and getting away from the Canada Tourism HR methodology as an absolute rule and developing with staff what it would look like to build a Lincoln-specific snapshot of tourism, getting away from things like strict adherence to that Canada Tourism HR methodology. I'll speak to that momentarily in a little more detail. And then community profile data. We are at a place now where there is more data than there are man-hours in the day to process all of it. So really it's a case of working with staff, determining what will be advantageous for building an updated community profile and providing that data to the town. So we'll have examples of each of these. So you'll forgive me if I just blast through these quickly because I've already spoken to some of the summary data there. So what the expanded job demand reports would look like, we want to try and get to doing a little bit of benchmarking as well. So we've identified Prince Edward County, Stratford as potential comparators for Lincoln. We'll do some controls for population, recognizing that we have some differences there, that we have some special nuances to local economic development activities, but really the idea is to capture trends over time on a monthly level that might indicate opportunities for proactive economic development that are being done in other communities. It's great to know what we can do here. Let's also see what comparator neighborhoods are doing, what comparator municipalities are doing, and are there any advantages that we could leverage locally that they're being leveraged in, particularly in Stratford, in Prince Edward County. That speaks to the tourism economy. It also speaks to Stratford trying to move into doing a little bit more of the IT sector work and a little bit more of the finance sector work by eating up what Waterloo can't accommodate. Are there opportunities for Lincoln to do the same? We don't know, but that's the purpose of moving forward on this project. Labor Supply Blue Book. So this is an example of what we can do with this tool. We consider the example of a brewery that wants to establish itself in Lincoln. They need to know what their labor supply is going to look like before they start putting forward any offers. So we pull together what our existing labor force in the beverage manufacturing industry is. We break that down by occupation even further, and then we can throw in some income data. And the income data gets updated every year. So that's fairly contemporary, and it can be cross-referenced from census data, economic development tool data that we use called MC Analyst, and with actual data from what employers are posting in terms of their compensation. We can keep that focus in terms of employer compensation local. We can put the focus on Niagara. We can compare really to any municipality in North America if there was appetite to do that. So the idea there is to be responsive and allow for the town to be proactive in doing some of that business attraction work. The tourism study breaks down tourism into these 5 sectors: accommodation, food and beverage service, recreation, entertainment, transportation, and travel services. Now, based on that definition, we know there's about 1,100 jobs in Lincoln that, if we took tourism away, would be drastically affected, potentially disappearing. What this doesn't cover, though, again, you can tell where our head was at when we were putting together the examples, because once again, we have beverage manufacturing showing up in these slides. If there's no way to factor for places like Dillon's Distillery, like Bench Brewery, that are moving into a tourism space despite being manufacturing. People come from across Niagara for the experience that's being offered by local Lincoln businesses, but there's no way to capture that within the existing tourism methodology. So the approach with this report will be to step back from that methodology, consider the local strengths that may not be covered by the standard practice, and then report on that in the tourism study and the economic and job impact that we'd expect to see there. Community profile data, really, we're not quite sure what's going to be of value yet. We've prepared some highlights that we would anticipate being of value in these slides. Commuter flow, always one from a municipal standpoint that's of value. Commuters and the labor force in general doesn't respect municipal or regional boundaries. They work wherever there's an opportunity. Isolating what labor supply is leaving, what occupations they work in, and what the incentives that tend to pull people away from a local economy are all things that are valuable in terms of promoting and business retention. So this table is just showing us quickly how many commuters there are, what their destinations are, and then what the median income of those commuters is. This can be drilled down to look at specific occupations within a 1-digit major occupation group. So it gives us a sense of what they're doing. There may be potential for deeper dives on that, but right now we start getting into problems of data clarity at that point. Too small of a sample size to be able to produce reliable data. So we stick to where the data is strongest on that front. We can also look at municipality, the details. So this is the breakdown of the occupations. This data is able to be provided for any municipality where Lincoln's commuters work. So we're not limited to just the region or just Southern Ontario. We can provide an extensive list if that's so desired. And then what we can do is start looking at existing economic development sectors that are in focus right now. So agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, and social assistance, all identified on the town's website as key sectors for Lincoln. And then we can start pairing what the size of their labor force is. How many jobs we have in agriculture, how many in manufacturing, how many in healthcare. In this case, 1,300, 14, 1,260 respectively. Those data can be broken down even more. It just depends upon the resolution and the necessary and the purpose for why that data is going out there. All of which, again, we can review with staff and make sure that we're aligning the data to the message that the town wants to present. Rough timeline of when things are going to go out. Prototype monthly job demand report should roughly be ready for the end of this month. We're going to start the labor supply blue book in November. We're expecting a draft of that by January 2020. Data gathering for the tourism report to begin in December 2019 with a draft in February 2020. And the community profile data is really something that we anticipate being an ongoing product, responding to demand, and then putting forward ideas on what we think might be valuable and going back and forth with staff from there. And that's everything.
Fabulous. And on time. Good, good. So we do have Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Vivian and Adam. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a couple quick questions. So just a quick overview of your presentation seems to show that a majority of your data does come from the census information, which is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, we do have a majority through the census. A lot of it is custom tabulations that aren't available publicly, and we've already secured those.
Yeah. So they're somewhat time limited, like there's no ability to get real live time data from another source at all?
The job demand data is current as of the last 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So that data is extremely contemporary, and we can compare that across, anywhere in North America.
What about the actual, the categorical? So again, the slides 13, 14, 15, which are, to me, they tell a great story being a snapshot, but again, being able to see some live time trending even year over year of where we're going to find out, it'll be a little more responsive rather than relying on 2016 data.
Unfortunately, we're at the mercy of Stats Canada on that front. The commuter flow data is limited to when the census releases are. We can make some estimations when we start looking at number of jobs that are being held down. That data is updated annually, so we can start making some extrapolations based on that. But again, they're limited to extrapolations based on what the census is telling us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Through you, just curious, where do you source your data for the jobs? Like, where do you source your data? If I notice you don't use Kijiji. I find Kijiji is a popular advertisement for job postings. So where do you source your data?
Through you, Mr. Chair. All of the data that we pull is publicly facing on any independent, so corporate job boards, anything that is got a public layer to it that's not behind a paywall. So best examples that we usually pull that down from are the federal government's website, so the job bank there. Kijiji can be done. We choose to exclude it for reasons of data clarity, primarily owing to the fact that the jobs can't be confirmed. So it's created problems in the past when non-government organizations have tried to do job aggregation, including the Kijiji data tends to create an overinflated estimate of what job demand is. Our practice is always to end on the more conservative side of that and then use the Kijiji data if we feel there's value to it, but with a very large caveat and bracket around it. So if it's a public job posting, if it's on any company's website, if it is being posted through the job board, if it's on any privately funded job board but still is publicly accessible, they all get pulled down through that. We can provide comprehensive lists as well if that's so desired.
So do you use the website Indeed as a source of info or data?
Indeed is its own aggregator, so that's pulling from postings that already exist elsewhere. So if we pulled from Indeed, we'd end up getting double counts on things. So no, we don't.
Okay, and then what's the plus or minus on the accuracy of your data? Do you have a calculation as far as there's got to be some variance to this to these numbers. What's your estimation of the plus or minus on the give or take?
Yeah. We are able to put it to sectors where we know we're overrepresented and underrepresented. So manufacturing is one sector where we know the data is underrepresented and there's usually more going on than what's presented. That's owing to manufacturing employers having a tendency towards hiring through word of mouth and referrals and through their own business networks. So we know there are sectors there that are not well represented. When we've tried to put a hard number to it, we can use data from the job vacancy and wage survey, and we can put it within an estimate. I think we're representing generally about 85% of public-facing demand based on what the job vacancy and wage survey tells us. That's still an estimate, though, because that data captures Hamilton and Niagara as one big catchment area. So pinning it down is still a little bit of guesswork on that front.
Okay, and then just one more question, and with regards to alluding a little bit to Councillor Russell with the census data, is there any concern about the currentness or the up-to-dateness of the data that we're looking at as far as we're using census data from 3 years ago or more?
Traditionally, commuter flows don't change that much over time, which is why the census data is used as a gold standard on that front. So it certainly could use a refresh, but we're not going to be in a position where we can gather that on our own, unfortunately. Like I said, we're at the mercy of Stats Canada on that front. So it's reliable, but that's why it's not the only measure that we use as well. That's why we pair it with the annual data from the labor force survey, the job vacancy and wage survey, from MC Analyst, and then from the aggregated data itself. It's our way of trying to do a bit of that quality control. The commuter data is a flashlight in a dark basement, which is better than nothing, but recognizing there are limitations to it as well.
Okay, thank you for familiarizing myself on how you conduct your business.
So, Adam, maybe a point of clarification for me. So, are we looking at moving some of what is in manufacturing today and moving that to tourism? Such as you mentioned bench brewing or some of these that are not falling into the tourism bucket. So is that some of the manipulation that you're doing is so that we can show a true tourism number? We're going to move out of one area and move into another because you don't want to double dip. Is that what you're working on?
To you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, we're not going to be removing the tourism traditional definitions from the analyses. We're going to be expanding what's there already and recognizing that beverage manufacturing is traditionally just considered manufacturing. It now has a tourism element to it that our measures haven't yet come up with a good way to capture. So the National Occupation Classification System and the North American Industrial Classification System, they're a little bit behind the times in terms of recognizing that more than one activity happens at an individual establishment. So we're going to try and capture some of that data with the report and recognize that one establishment can be doing more than one thing. So how do we pull that into the report? So certainly not eschewing this tourism data as it exists, but just building onto it with some of the unique features of Lincoln itself.
So that then would be working closely with our economic development department and identifying these employers and doing a massage, if you will, or a move of the numbers.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
One other question. How are you resourced? What have you got for people?
I'll let
Mr. Chair, we have, in terms of the people, the staff at NWPB, there is 7 of us. There's 3 researchers led by Adam, and we often take on extra researchers in the form of students, interns, and other folks that are engaged with us. We also run another program, which is a highly skilled immigrant program, and we have one person totally dedicated to that, working with newcomers to Canada who are very highly skilled, networking them into the Niagara community. And that is not the outcomes of that job, of that project, are not to get these newcomers a job, but to get them a mentor and to actually get them to understand business in a Canadian context or in a Niagara context through the networks. So I think we have, and we also have an office manager as well who runs all of our projects. I think from my perspective, we're fairly, we've got a lot of brain power. We've got a lot of smart people who are very good at not only digging into the data sets that we have readily available, but for identifying data that we can look to drill down and request from Stats Canada. But just to echo something that Adam was saying and kind of responding to the councillor's question here too, I think what we have the ability to do is kind of think creatively about all the access to information that we have, not only the data sets, but the employers we engage with, the community partners we engage with, and kind of put all of that intelligence together. And that's kind of going forward, I think one of the opportunities we have. I take on board your frustration with old data, but as Adam pointed out, there is ways you can take that and then add intelligence to it in a methodical way with other information that we've got to hand and through other constructed conversations that we have, both with employers and for other community stakeholders in the region. So I think I wouldn't like to say we're brilliantly resourced, because that's never a good thing to say, but I think with a focus and the way we go about doing our business and the commitment and partnerships we've got to the likes of Paul, we can easily deliver to the timescales that we've suggested.
Fair to say that you're smart and lean?
Yes.
Okay.
We are, yes.
Very lean.
We always run a lean operation.
All right.
But that is down to many years of of ensuring that back-of-house processes are pretty,
Good.
are pretty well managed, and we're tight on that. Yeah.
So we now have more questions coming from Councillor Rajima. We'll start.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. My question is a little bit more about data. Earlier on, Adam, you said that manufacturing is one industry that you can expect perhaps not to see as many job advertisements. Are there any other industries, like, do you have statistics that show this industry is more likely to not advertise their jobs? This industry is, you know what I'm asking?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do. We did a partnership with Niagara Region Economic Development, Niagara Region Planning, and Niagara Region Social Assistance, et cetera. Apologize, can't remember the rest of the acronym. At any rate, what we did was take with the Niagara Employer Inventory a question that said, what is the most successful way that you do recruiting? That question then went out to all 13,000 or so employers in Niagara. We'll have data coming in on that within the next 3 months or so, which will be able to drill down to specific industry, which will be able to drill down to specific municipality as well. So we can guess that question right now based on consultation work that we've done, based on previous trends and what's going on within various industries in general. I'd really, if you'll indulge, we can make that part of the reporting that we give to Paul for the community profile and with some of these reports that would really answer that question in a much more sophisticated way than I can right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you. Yeah.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Vivian. It's your first meeting, and I must say Mario did a good job setting things up for us, and so we're very demanding now. Adam's used to that. You know, when I look at what you're doing, I think a lot of the time, historically, it's always a reaction to something. So I'm thinking, I always think about job retention and job attraction and keeping our youth here. And so we do have, I think, on a proactive basis, both conditions and physical environment that I think if you asked for our unbiased opinion, we would say that we do have both of those things. And so what do you think about that whole business of being proactive? Because we want to be able to sell the community as a viable place to get a good education and then to find jobs within the sectors, and right now we're talking about tourism. So, you know, what would appeal to people? And I'll tell you what caught my eye was the income of people that are commuting to other communities, and I think the average incomes are looking pretty low, and I'm wondering, on top of that, you have the cost of commuting. What is it about those jobs that is so appealing, and why can't we duplicate that here? Because I wouldn't travel for most of those jobs. I don't know how people can do it and live, quite frankly.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I welcome your comments, Mayor Easton, on the notion of being proactive. And I think there's some work we can do, and we do talk about it in the office, about what are the future skill needs, what are the future kind of job, what does the job of the future look like, and how can we work with our post-secondary institutions and others around the region in order to ensure that that information is known and then used in planning or in economic development. So I would like to think that the way we are and the way we can go forward with some of our data analyses has that future focus. I have been part when I was, for some of you may know, I was at Niagara College before I joined NWPB, and I was there part of a lot of discussions, both with Niagara Region and with Brock University, on student retention, youth retention in the region as a whole, how we actually move forward with engaging our students as they graduate with employers and keeping them in Niagara. I think on a municipality basis, some of the data that you're looking at there will have to do with some of the jobs that are, at least jobs that many of our youth would go into as first jobs. And whether they're willing to commute or not depends on whether they want to stay in Niagara, which many do, especially when they graduate from either Niagara College or Brock University, or even students who are not in post-secondary, just graduating from high school. The commuter flows, are you looking specifically at the data there where you would leave Lincoln and go to Niagara-on-the-Lake, say, for example? Well, you do look at the jobs that are available in Niagara-on-the-Lake. Tend to be in some of the sectors that maybe the pay, at least to start for youth, are not as high as in other areas. Niagara-on-the-Lake is not manufacturing at the same rate as some of the other communities in Niagara. I think that I take on board your point about being future focused, and I think we do need to be able to communicate what the jobs of the future are going to look like, but we can only do that by using the information that we've got. So for example, right now we're doing an employee survey. We're doing a survey is out right now where we're trying to get to the heart of, and it's right across Ontario, all the workforce planning boards are doing this. We're trying to get to the heart of what would retain somebody in their job. What are people looking for in their jobs? And the survey asks, are you in employment right now or are you not? And if you are you planning to move on, and if you are, into what? And it also asks what you like about your job, what would keep you in it. And what we're hoping to do with that set of data is, and again, I'm looking at Adam here, I think we will be able to look at it from a municipality perspective as well. Look at what employees are saying, what job seekers are saying, and then try and advise with whatever the outputs of the data are to employers and to others about what employees and job seekers are looking for as a retention tool, for example. So it's not meant to be something that says, oh, employer X or sector Y is having difficulty, but it's actually out there to say, all right, what are the different population groups, different age groups within the employed, amongst our employees in Niagara, what are they looking for and what would retain them? So that's another bit of data that's coming down the pipe this year as well.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so it's not too far-fetched to imagine that we could create a profile for Lincoln in a year or two maybe, or maybe shorter, where we could say, you know, we aspire to have an employee profile that looks like this, with a range of salary that looks like this. And then instead of waiting for people to come to us, we could use that as a marketing tool, as a branding tool, part of our branding, as a community, to bring people to us that would be interested in that and potentially improve the average income of people in our community in regard to tourism. Because when I think about tourism, I'm thinking of an opportunity to expand the job opportunities, not just to do more of the same. On the other hand, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the agricultural jobs, 1,360 people working in agriculture. Well, that certainly isn't the offshore workers that are coming here doing work that nobody else wants to do. Heaven forbid that we ever get to the point where we don't have a program for offshore workers, because people just don't want to do that work, not even as entry-level jobs. And yet the skills that are required are, I think, very they're very specific, and if you don't do them well, the outcome on a farmer's income is going to be pretty substantial. So we don't even include them. And why is that the case? Because if we wanted to market any of those jobs, and I think they're all they are all worthwhile jobs, every one of them are worth doing. How do we even engage with that if we don't even know the great dependency that we have on them?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's a great question, and I think there is a day to answer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The answer is that the data on that is all currently regulated through the federal government and through the programs that facilitate international workers in the Niagara region. That's not currently available to us in any public-facing way. With respect to the why on that, I believe it's more to do with labor market inertia than it is any conscious decision. Agriculture employers had difficulty filling those jobs at some point in the past. The international workers were a solution, and they have been a solution, but it hasn't been anything that has prompted additional follow-up or additional inquiry like your question, Madam Mayor. So there could be a solution, there could be a deeper answer to that. That's a significantly heavier ask than anything anyone else on council has brought forward tonight, though.
Well, it would seem to me if, with the level of reliance we have, Mr. Chairman, to not ask that question, to not look at all the different ways that we could find that information isn't very wise. It would be like ignoring, half the jobs in a hotel because they're the menial tasks, and expecting beds to get made the next day. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. If we are marketing ourselves as a center of excellence for agriculture, as we are, these jobs are extremely important, and it is a bit laughable that there's only 1,360 jobs in agriculture. I mean, that is really, it's not your fault. It's just a gross misrepresentation of what's really going on here. And I think that it undervalues our community as an agricultural community with all that we have to offer. But I mean, I find this all very exciting. I think it's advancing tremendously well. I remember the first few meetings that we had when we didn't have any data. So I certainly think you've done a great job manipulating what is available. But we're getting into the serious business now of needing to look more proactively, and I do look forward to our ability to work with you on that basis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick follow-up, I'm assuming. The information that you provided on slide 13 is, if you can just pop over there real quick, does that account for both full and part-time positions, or is it adjusted to become full-time?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That's only accounting for individual people. It's not looking into the details of the work that they're doing. So conceivably, it's for a full-time job. The majority of people are not going to be commuting for a part-time job just based on the math of full-time versus part-time employment. We can say confidently that we're looking at roughly about 75 to 80% of those people would be full-time employees. It's probably higher, just owing to the fact that commuting for part-time work doesn't really happen that much. Not impossible, but certainly we'd say 80 to 85% based on. That's just census data. Yeah.
Okay. And one quick follow-up as well. Is it possible when you are doing the job postings and the job requirements based on area that it is broken out for part-time and full-time? Just kind of give an idea of maybe career jobs versus part-time positions.
Through you, Mr. Chair? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Vivian and Adam, for coming. And I know that, as the mayor commented, our relationship has got richer over the last number of years. And, we lean on your organization fairly heavily, and we value the relationship that we have built, over these years. I don't know where we'd go otherwise, in many ways. So thank you very much for the contributions you've made. Certainly to our economic development strategy, and I think we look forward to continue to work closely with you. So thank you. Okay, there being no further discussion, we have a motion to receive for information the presentation from Vivian Kennard, CEO, and Adam Durant, Operations and Research Manager from Niagara Workforce Planning Board. We will require a mover. Councillor Wajima, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Our next presentation is from Jessica Esterbrooks, the last in the audience, so come on up, Jessica. From Niagara Children's Business Fair, our Economic Development, Mr. Paul Diani will once again provide some opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the committee, and I like how the questions for our previous presenters were talking about proactive approaches to youth engagement and talent acquisition and retention. So this leads perfectly into our next presentation by Jessica and Kathy from the Niagara Children's Business Fair. I have been up here numerous times talking about the importance of engaging both youth and talent retention and attraction, part of which is why we're doing the Agricultural Hackathon this weekend. And although there is a component of elementary age students to that, the Niagara Children's Business Fair gave us an opportunity to partner with them specifically for elementary age students. So without further ado, over to Jessica and Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity for us to come and talk to you tonight about our event, the Niagara Children's Business Fair. So before we do, we thought we'd introduce ourselves a little bit more as to who we are.
My name is Jessica Esterbrooks. In my professional life, I work at Hospice Niagara. I've been there for almost 12 years. I'm the manager of, well, this is so intimidating. Anyway, sorry. I'm the manager of operations and quality improvement there. I do also have a family, a son and a husband, and we live in St. Catharines.
And I'm Kathy Bowers. So in my day job, I'm a communications manager for a national not-for-profit association. Jessica and I met because I worked about 4 or 5 years at Hospice Niagara, where together we helped launch fundraiser campaigns and a lot of events and did a lot of volunteer management together. So we were looking for ways to continue to work together. I am raising my family currently in Beamsville. We've been here for over 10 years, and I'm born and raised and did all my schooling in Niagara, in St. Catharines.
So my son is now 6 years old, and 2 years ago we started doing hands-on fun projects to start building learning habits. I know he started at 4, but anyway, we're starting early, building habits. So this is an example of one of the projects. We visited an apiary and we did a research project on bees. So then we were looking for new projects, and I came up with an idea to have a little market on our street with the other kids. And then it grew because that's how I roll. And then I started researching and looking into entrepreneurial opportunities for kids in Niagara, and I found that there was a gap. There were limited opportunities. So I thought this is something that we really need to explore. And then I brought my idea to Kathy and said, let's do something here.
So part of that research, we found the Acton Group. So Acton helps people like us who want to bring children's business fairs to life in their own communities. They help support fairs all over the world, actually. And they provide some very basic resources, such as a website, so we didn't have to build that from scratch for ourselves, and some basic tools and resources that we can give the kids as they start developing their businesses. So this year, our very first fair, we have 30 vendors coming to the fair, ages between 6 and 14. And it's so much more than just setting up a table and selling their products and services. We help them, like I said, the resources we give them along the way to develop a business plan, branding, marketing. We have a launch event happening tomorrow night where we have invited mentors, entrepreneurs from the Niagara community who have volunteered their time to teach these kids very hands-on learning. So they're doing different stations, anything from branding, customer service, how to set up their table in a really great, attractive display. And that's all in promotion to getting them ready for fair day so they have a really successful day.
So the fair is open to the public from 11 to 2. However, the day is more than just the open to the public part. In the morning, they have an opportunity to practice their presentation skills and their sales pitches to their peers. So we will go through the group, and everyone will get a chance to present for 1 minute on their product or service. And then, of course, after the fair is finished, we then are very fortunate to have Madam Mayor come and address the volunteers, parents, and children. And then that will be followed by the awards ceremony, where Paul McPherson, our chair, is a judge. Thank you.
So again, the fair is November 9th. We're hosting it at Balls Falls at the Center for Conservation. We are able to offer free admission and free parking. Again, we just want the public to come and help support these kids. We just kind of want to make it as easy, accessible as possible for them to come. We have partnered with Community Crew, who does regional school lunch programs. So working with them, we're accepting some school-safe snacks at the door as part of a donation program.
This is Naya. She's 11 years old. She's a great example of the type of children that this fair is attracting. Naya started her business last year, and she's really ramped it up this fall. She's expanded her product line from just clips into scrunchies and other hair products and accessories. She has entered a number of craft fairs as of this fall. And she's really increased her social media presence. So we're really looking forward to seeing Naya at the fair. If you do happen to type her name into Facebook or Instagram, she is worth a follow. She has a great little page. And our next example is Graham. He is 6 years old. At the age of 4, he asked his mother if he could start a business. And she said no, 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 until finally she said yes when he was 6. So they go around to secondhand stores finding raw materials in which to make earrings. So they find leather and different materials. He cuts them and shapes them and turns them into earrings. So another really great opportunity.
I think what Jessica and I have been really impressed is how many kids have come forward with pretty much existing businesses, or at least a pretty solid idea of what they wanted to do. So we think the benefit is not just for the established kidpreneur, but those who want to experiment and get into the industry. It's really hands-on learning, things that we don't think are necessarily always covered in the classroom, that really, project management, leadership, but also even the, nuts and bolts of running a business. Also being able to engage, the entrepreneurial community at such a one-on-one level, and having these kids have an experience in a very safe environment, not kind of necessarily out in public where they won't know the environment they're into. So we feel like the fair is a great setup for that. And of course, we couldn't do it without our sponsors. Jessica and I are doing this completely on a volunteer basis and not for profit. We are only looking to bring this to the community because we think it's a really great opportunity for kids, especially as we're talking about the skills our next generation. I have teenagers, Jessica has young son, and I just know that they're gonna have to learn to do quite a bit on their own by the time they need to start setting up their own careers, and starting them off now is a great time. So our sponsors and our other supporters, including our mentors who have come forward and attached themselves to this event, especially being the first year, we're really, really impressed and really happy to have so much support. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I have a couple of counselors that would like to ask a few questions. Councillor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thanks for the presentation. So from 11 to 2, people can come in, they can buy things? Okay.
Through the chair, yes, that's right.
So bring cash? And the other question I have is, it says from 2:30 to 3:30 there are awards. So can you describe the awards and, yeah.
Sure. Through the chair. The award ceremony will involve, you know what, we haven't quite stamped out what the actual awards are, but they will receive a certificate, and depending on what we can get, either cash or a product for an actual award. And then the categories are to be decided, but we have a little bit of time, so we're still figuring that out.
So I guess you're looking for people to come to the presentation and purchase some things and provide feedback to the young entrepreneurs.
Yes, through you, Chair. Absolutely. We really hope that the public engages with the kids, being able to have that customer service experience while they're selling. I will say the awards are really just a way to highlight some of the extraordinary businesses that are there, and the ones that maybe rise to the top of stand out in the crowd. It's pretty impressive to see 6-year-olds creating an entire business on their own. So we want to be able to recognize that.
Yeah. Well, I liked it on Facebook and I shared it already.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to the presenters, how many years have you been doing this for exactly?
Through the chair, we just started this spring.
So it's an inaugural.
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay, so I think it's fantastic. I think it's the really neatest thing to involve kids in the entrepreneurial spirit. How are you able to, or what are you doing to, I hate to say it like this, keep parents from ruining it? Like, yeah, you know what I mean? It just seems like as soon as parents get involved, like, you know, I hate to see things like this that are so natural and so fresh, you know, get ruined by parents living through their kids somehow, you know, creating their own craft booth. How are you preventing that?
Through you, Chair, there is quite a vetting process. Through Acton, there are a set of guidelines and rules that parents have to follow, and there is a vetting process so that when the application comes through, we need to make sure that it is something that a kid has made, or it is an initiative by a kid and not their parent. And actually, from the experience that we've had thus far, the parents have been very supportive and not in a way that's overpowering. They've been really supportive of launching their children. So thankfully, it's been a very positive experience.
Sounds good to hear, and just be strong. Be strong with those parents. Thank you.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. You know, Councillor Mikulik, you definitely have a point there, because they're, you know, parents want their kids to win at all costs, some of the parents. I think this is just fabulous, and you know, the children are our future, and we know that this generation that's coming up, they're going to be entrepreneurs, they're going to be go-getters and creating and inventing things, and I think this is just fantastic, you know, to reach this age group and teach them these skills. I definitely will be there, and I can't wait to see it all. And now you have 30, so what was the process? Like, how did they enter? Did they have to fill out an application, or were they chosen? Like, how did you figure out you would have 30?
Through your chair, the 30 total was the limit of the space that could hold. So we knew we had a maximum that we could reach. We learned a lot this year. We opened applications in the summer and did everything through social media. And we managed to fill all the tables by early September. So that process seemed to work. Since it now has been filled and we're advertising more of the fair itself and people coming, we're still getting people asking for applications and to come in. So we really think there's an appetite for this, and we probably could have filled a few more tables. Definitely be able to see that in the future.
I think it's fabulous, and I think, you know, this is your first year. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement around this, and you're going to end up probably needing a bigger space. So, and all the best to you, and well done for coming up with this. It's really a great thing, so thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully we're proving not to be as intimidating as first thought. My question is, has there been any outreach to the actual schools for either promotion of the event itself, or again, thinking long-term, next year, year after, maybe having a synergy with pulling people in to be vendors down the road if you do expand?
through your chair, I did mention we launched this in the summer, which probably wasn't the best time when looking at outreach to the schools. We had since developed a relationship with DSBN to be able to get promotion at least for the fair, not necessarily for the application process, and iHub, which is also out of Niagara. So that will probably be a continued relationship, and hopefully we can get applications out a lot sooner. Looking at that, I mean, they're our demographic.
Oh, for sure. Mr. Chair, one more follow-up. With the DSBN involvement, is it a social media presence that they're offering? Is it potential, like, again, I know I have a 10 and an 8-year-old, and their newsletters that come home are like one of the first things we read. So like that would be such a great way to get that word of mouth out to parents, not only just to have them come to the event, but again, inspire that next level for next year.
Absolutely. Through your chair, we did request the newsletter to go out in their October issue. And also they've been helping us through social media, sharing our event through their channels. So.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you to Kathy and Jessica, and I'm very proud to be one of your judges, and hopefully I won't be too intimidated by these little minds that are going to create all these things. I just want to share with you when most of us attended the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference down in Ottawa in August, and one of the sessions I sat in on, this very same thing is going on down in Lennox Addington, and the response out of that group of municipal leaders, you know, the councillors, mayors, was so exciting. You know, there was probably 100 people in the room, and it stole the show from all the other presentations. So you're absolutely onto something very special, and you know, to nurture the creativity in these kids and give them a platform to explore and to try their ideas. And also, I think there's a whole business training that you've wrapped around this, presentation skills, you know, and probably getting into selling and accounting and all those things. So it is such a great initiative. I hope you're successful. I know you'll be successful, but be ready, as Councillor Timmer said, that, I mean, this thing could be much bigger going forward. So best of luck to you. And I'll see you at the event. So thank you. So there being no further discussion, we have a motion to receive for information the presentation from Jessica Estabrooks from Niagara Children's Business Fair. I need a mover. Councillor Timmers, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we will move through the consent agenda, and when we get to the regular agenda, we'll take a 10-minute break. Does that fit for everybody? Okay. So we are on consent agenda. We have come to that portion, the consent portion of the agenda, which has one item. Item 7.1, Municipal Heritage Committee Minutes of July 11, 2019. Would any member like to remove any items from the consent agenda to discuss? Mayor Easton.
I would like to lift the minutes.
Okay. Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk, do you want to do that right now? Can we do that right now? Does that work for council, that we review that now? Okay, let's do that. So we have lifted that Municipal Heritage Committee item. And Mayor Easton, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the question that I have is in relation to the items in the agenda that relate to Heritage Grant. So I'm going to ask through you for the clerk to advise me as to whether I can ask a general question about the Heritage Grant, or should I wait until at a point later in the agenda?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. We're getting good. Go ahead.
Recently at a regional council meeting, the issue of Heritage Grant came up in regard to a property that had missed deadlines. And the amount of the grant, there was no question about the legitimacy of the grant, but it was very clear that the deadlines had been missed. And as we went through the questioning, it became obvious that there was a disconnect between the original application and when work needed to be done in order to be eligible for the grants. And it's created a great deal of difficulty for the applicants. It was eventually approved. It was a little under $5,000 for the regional portion. But at the time, I made note of the fact that our Heritage Grant, as well as the Region Heritage Grant, I believe, in order that people aren't disappointed, needs to have timing, a calendar, if you will, that makes it very clear to people when they need to get work done. In this particular case, it was windows, and the windows needed to be painted in order to maintain the integrity of them, because it was done according to the era of the house. And what happened was that in order that the wood not be distorted, that it not warp, they had to put the paint on earlier, and therefore the approval match and when the work was done, et cetera, was all cockeyed. So I think that we need to be careful that we don't find people in a situation of disappointment and they need to know exactly what's required, because I don't believe that an application of that type will ever be approved by the region again, because they are becoming so strict about the grants that they provide. There's an appetite to do that. So I'm sorry that I can't state this any easier or any shorter, but there is a disconnect between the timing of the work to be done and the Heritage Grant, and I think we need to help people with that through one means or another. Thank you very much,
So
Mr.
are you
Chairman.
directing that for a response from staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, how the region processes their grants is they require us on a quarterly basis to provide all of the grants that we're asking for whenever we're dealing with an applicant, because right now the region's funding is not known at the time that the application submits an application. So we do put an applicant on notice that we can't guarantee the regional share of the funding. And what the region does is, once it's been approved by the town, we then have to provide paperwork to the region to get their share of for them to commit their share of regional funding. So I would agree there is a bit of a disconnect because of the process that they're currently using. The region is looking at the possibility as part of their incentive reviews for some of these, what I call smaller grants, are looking at providing each year to all the municipalities or a dedicated amount of funding that the municipality can use for all of the smaller grants. We don't know how they're going to come up with the dollar figure, but this is something they're looking at, which if they do that, provided we get adequate funding, it would make it a lot easier to deal with the smaller applications.
So, Mr. Chairman, what would Ms. Dale recommend then? Does that mean that staff are going to be prepared to speak to these issues as they arise, or make recommendations in advance as the policy is being redone?
Kathleen?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So as I mentioned previously, the region is going through the incentive review, so staff are attending the meetings that they have regarding the incentive review. They haven't at this point made any sort of formal recommendations. Once we know what their draft recommendations are, we will be able to bring that back to committee and council. But at this point, there's just been a series of meetings, but no position taken at this time by the region.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm sorry that you had to repeat that, I understand now, and I would just ask, Mr. Chairman, that if the staff could keep in mind that the potential for disappointment as they're going through those discussions, I'm satisfied that we will have put a little more due diligence toward that framework. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Are there any other questions with regards to Municipal Heritage Committee minutes? Seeing none, I have a motion that council receive the Municipal Heritage Committee minutes of July 11th, 2019. I will need a mover for that motion. Councilor Rajima, all in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. So we're going to now take a 10-minute break. So we're pretty much at 8:40, so if we could be back at 8:50, that would be very good. Thank you. Okay, we are past 9:50 or 8:50, sorry, by that clock, so let's get going again. So we are at the regular agenda. We are now considering item 8.1, PD-68-19, current and proposed tree protection policies and practices in Lincoln. Are there questions from council? Councillor Timmers?
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I had a question around, I saw cash in lieu of trees for developers. And I'm just wondering, do we want to encourage that? Or do we want to encourage the developers to replace trees that they've taken out? Whereas if they're allowed to give cash in lieu of trees. So I may be through to the staff if they could explain it to me exactly how that would work.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the first preference would be to replace trees on site. However, for sites that are constrained and the development wouldn't be able to proceed with replanting on the site, cash in lieu provides another option to allow for replacement off-site. So the first preference would be to replace trees on the existing site, but if
Right.
the development couldn't.
Kind of like the development that came forward tonight up on Highland, like there's not gonna be any room to replace trees. So would the cash in lieu of trees be used to plant only 4 trees then? Just wondering. Is that how it would be? So they'd be trees planted elsewhere with that cash?
Yes, through to you, Mr. Chair, yes, that would be the intent.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Rajima?
Thank you, my question was answered.
Councillor Mikulik?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, just what precipitated this report, where a request for for these public information, or for an adjustment to this tree bylaw? What was the catalyst for this request?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We were having issues before. What would happen is, there was a lot of instances where we would have concerns regarding tree removals as a result of site alteration, as a result of development, but there was no real teeth that we had available to us, especially the stuff that happened as per site alteration when there was no development application, to regulate that or to encourage replanting. We had other scenarios too on private property where, there was issues with respect to potential safety of trees. That's why we needed to address, some of the ones that were dead, maybe address that through property standards, which is recommended here. So those things combined, there were just some issues, and we never really had any strong policy with respect to how to encourage replanting and how to address the safety components when the trees were dead or diseased. So those were two of the big drivers.
The concern I have with this is we're going to be looking at possibly change. I took a look at and I read the current tree management program that we have in the official plan. I thought it was pretty well written as it was, and it seems to be, in my estimation, I've not heard any complaints with regards to trees coming down. My fear is that even discussing this or sniffing this or barking up this tree, my fear is that all of a sudden we're going to have a mass clear cut. Take that example, the development that we were discussing earlier today. If I heard a rumor that we would be looking at having to identify each tree, get a permit to cut a tree down, and this sort of thing on my private property, I have a feeling, or I would have a fear that I would immediately remove any tree that I have any concern over whatsoever having to pay for down the road. And has there been any thought to that with regards to this request?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, in terms of clear cutting, there are policies in place now of certain size. I mean, it would have to be a relatively big area. But in terms of removal of single trees and things like that, I mean, that's a little bit of that might go on, but at the end of the day, I think the greater good will be that we do protect bigger areas of trees, encourage replanting as a result of development moving forward from here. I mean, there might be an opportunity, maybe in isolated cases, where, yeah, there's a little bit of a heads up and maybe, you know, a tree or two comes down and there might not be anything we can do about it. But quite frankly, there isn't anything we can do about that now either for some of those instances. When you talk about the official plan and the strategies in there, typically that relates to when there's development application specifically, not necessarily just anything prior to that, or if there's just a property owner that flat out just wants to take down a couple of trees. Those official plan policies don't necessarily touch on those specific issues. So while there might be some risk in that regard, I think moving forward, we're gonna end up with a much greater product.
Okay, and then if I may, one more question is, should we happen to visit this, should we happen to move forward with a tree bylaw, is this going to be just another expense for the taxpayer to have to burden as far as enforcement? And how would enforcement possibly be carried through? Would it be a neighbor complaining about a neighbor's tree? Are we seeing that, or how's the enforcement component going to work with regards to this?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, do you mean like just on private property for like one or two trees?
To start,
Yeah.
I would-
So the enforcement would be somewhat similar to what you just had mentioned. It would be either a complaint from a neighbor, generally about a tree that has died already or diseased, where they have some concern as to the safety around the tree and what could potentially happen if the tree were to fall onto their property or their home. It just gives us a little bit more strength to be able to deal with the tree and to assist the neighbor that may be complaining about it. With us having an arborist on staff now through through community services, that will definitely assist and give us that opportunity to deal with them more or a little quicker, so we can remove the safety aspect from it. Specifically, I'm talking about potentially the property standards side of things and putting it in a piece into our property standards bylaw when we look at that bylaw. Right now, currently, all we have is the safety aspects where it doesn't speak to trees specifically. So there's not as much option for us to assist if there is a safety issue, or this would help us moving forward, in my opinion.
If I may, I just have a real concern if a permit needs to be taken to cut a tree, or if permission has to be granted or a request has to be made to the municipality, is this a possibility moving forward?
If I could clarify through you, Mr. Chair, the proposal is not to require permits for individual homeowners or property owners, but for proposed development, so site plan applications, the condominium application that came before council today, development applications of that nature.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification, or again, maybe a recommendation. Along the lines of the cash in lieu of tree replacement, is there going to be a graduated fee depending on the size? Like, I'd hate to see somebody lop off a 100-year-old oak and replace it with a $50 sapling somewhere. Like, I'd like to see something like we have with the requirement tree replacement above. I'd like to see that same standard applied below, if possible.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could answer. How cash in lieu of tree replacement typically works across municipalities is that's the value per replacement tree. So depending on the size of the tree that is to be removed, there will be a different number of replacement trees required. So, for example, if it's a larger sized tree and it needs to be compensated a higher ratio of 3 to 1, then the cash in lieu would be 3 times the value of one tree.
Perfect, thank you.
Mary Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On page 64 under the Ontario Heritage Act, I'm curious as to why there are no heritage trees that have been designated in Lincoln, since we have black maples on Hickson Street that apparently were the subject of quite a bit of controversy when Hickson was upgraded. So maybe this is an opportunity for us to send the arborist up there to actually have a look and make sure that what I'm being told is correct. I can certainly think of one occasion in the last year where a policy such as this, I think, would have avoided trees being cut down as part of a subdivision. At the same time, if that example that we saw tonight constitutes as a situation of no concern, I would certainly be concerned about that. It's not exactly what I had in mind when I think of scrubland, and so I don't understand how that land could be identified as acceptable to cut down all of those trees. I mean, I have no way of, I couldn't judge how old those trees are, but these trees don't, they take years to grow. So I still don't understand how the Conservation Authority took the position they did. But certainly the trees that were on Lincoln Avenue, that stand of trees, I thought that was pretty substantial. So I'm certainly in favor of this. It's not, if you have land and you have a lot of trees on your land, you're obliged to go to, through a process of discussing the replacement or the addition of trees, and there's lots of ways that you can do that with financial support as well. So I think this is a good step forward. We'll see what the actual bylaw looks like when it's all said and done, but we already have had examples. And if I remember correctly, there were plenty of questions asked even with the Prudham's development, even though, to my way of thinking, they were not indigenous trees by any stretch, and they were not in good condition. And I'm sure most of them have now fallen into the lake because of the erosion. So, however, that being said, there certainly is a cause to think that the developers will be adding lots of substantial trees as a result of that development. So I look forward to seeing how this rolls out. And I think it's well overdue. Thank you.
Back to Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify where I got that information from to staff with regards. It was on page 72, and it was under a private tree bylaw. Property owners that wish to remove trees are typically required to apply for a tree removal permit, pay a permit fee per tree, and then plant replacement trees. And fines ranging from 400 to 1,000. So this is where I was reading that information. This is a possibility that we could be bringing before us. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the confusion, but that was just a review of what other municipalities typically look at for tree policies and practices. So municipalities that have endorsed a private tree bylaw, that's typically what it looks like. That's not what staff are recommending here.
Okay, so again, we're not looking at anything like that whatsoever with these PICs.
Correct.
All right.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I just had a couple of comments. I was really pleased to see this as well, and because there, as the mayor mentioned, there has been a lot of instances where there's been clear cutting and done on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. They go in and just take them down. So I'm really happy to see this. And the way that it's laid, I just want to comment on the way that the report is laid out. Fantastic. Like, it shows this is what we have, this is what we're proposing. I like that a lot. That makes it very clear. My question is, if somebody goes in, clear cuts, what's the process? What are we gonna do with, like, say someone's got an idea, they wanna develop a piece of land, they go in on a weekend when no one's looking, take all the 100-year-old trees down. What are we gonna do? Like, what will be the consequence for that person?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as we come up with the policy and the bylaw, we'll have to look into that in further detail. But Niagara-on-the-Lake recently passed their tree bylaws, and they've encountered this problem after they passed their bylaw and are suggesting that staff are able to measure the tree stumps that are left behind and impose a fine based on those stump sizes.
Yeah, so I think, thank you for that, and I think if it's, it will have to be a substantial consequence, or else, they'll just go ahead and do it anyway. So I think this is great. I'm really happy to see this tonight and totally support it. And I'm also pleased that the private tree owners are not, that's not included in this at all. So there's no permits for private tree owners, like someone who has a farm with a lot of trees. Trees come down and they have to do that just in in maintaining their farmland. So anyway, thank you very much.
Councillor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. So at the moment, for development applications, we sometimes ask for a tree preservation plan. So I'm wondering, I guess we're thinking that maybe that's not enough, that we're looking at asking for a tree replacement plan also for site plan applications and condominium applications. So that's what I'm getting out of this. That's the recommendation so far, and we're going to have a public process and look into this a little further. I'm glad that we're discussing this because we should be discussing it. We talked about discussing it a while ago, and I'm really glad that it's here. So I guess my question is currently, what are the red flags that come up when we look at a development application that say we should be asking for a tree preservation plan in this instance?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Typically, when there's large stands of woodland, then would ask the region to come and help with the assessment and ask for an EIS to determine if it's significant or not. As you heard earlier today, the criteria to meet a significant woodland is pretty stringent, so there are a lot of forested areas that through the EIS can be recommended for cutting. So we're proposing that all development applications conduct a tree inventory plan, so any tree of a significant size will be replaced.
Okay, so the controls that we have currently are through the region, and we're only looking at that in particular for development applications. So we're proposing to look at them also for site plan and condo applications, so that we can access those same tools. But we're also looking for more teeth as well, on top of just using the region's bylaw.
Yes.
Is that right?
And also through site alteration applications.
Right, site alteration applications as well. Okay, thank you.
No other questions? I too am pleased that we've got this report. I think there is a lot of really applicable suggestions, recommendations that are in the report. I think there are situations that we've run into in the recent past that this report can handle. I'm thinking also of when it's even town-owned trees, and how are we managing our own trees, and what replacement trees are we putting in there? So that, I think is certainly welcome to see that. I guess I have a little bit of what Councillor Mikulic's thinking, maybe a little bit of conspiracy theory, but, are we handing the key to the developer? And are we saying, now we've got a policy, follow the policy, and you're good. Instead of, we're gonna review with you on your particular development, what the tree plan is. You know, I've seen, you know, some of how, you know, some folks are working with our other bylaws, and sometimes they don't always work in our favor. So I'm just cautious that we're not writing a bylaw that is so defined that common sense doesn't come in, if that makes sense. Through you to Mr. Bruder?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chair. So I mean, I think, you know, in terms of, you know, as long as they follow the policy, they're good. I mean, we have, when we go through these development applications, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to still be looking at, you know, tree preservation as we get through detailed design, as we get through the site plan process. I mean, at the end of the day, I think there is some specific case-by-case work that we do now and will continue to do. So it doesn't just stop there at the policy, but the policy does give us some more teeth to at least ensure that we have some good tree preservation going forward, and then, you know, we can continue to work off of that.
Because, and thank you for that, Mr. Bruder. I'm thinking about the development that we talked about tonight, and if you just do some of the numbers, I mean, if they took 100 trees out of there, and say those trees were, what, $500 a piece to replace them? So it's 50 grand. So when they're selling a house for 800 grand, or not, you know, and 10 times that, you know, 50 grand is not a big penalty to pay. So now they just wipe out the forest, okay? We'll pay the fine, not a fine, we'll pay the cash in lieu, and away we go. So just some of that sort of uneasiness about where this could go, potentially. Okay. So, let me get my notes back. So, no further discussion. We have a motion that we receive and file report PD-60-19 for information and direct staff to coordinate a public information center to obtain public input on the proposed approach to tree protection in Lincoln, and direct staff to prepare a recommendation report with draft tree protection policies once all comments have been received from committee and future public consultation and any issues have been addressed. We will require a mover for the motion. Councilor Reimer, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, and that is carried. We are now considering item 8.2 PD-69-19 zoning bylaw review, cultivation and production of cannabis. We have Mr. Bruder, who will be providing a presentation. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, main event of the night, last presentation. You get to hear me talk about cannabis for a little while. Basically, what I wanted to do here is I wanted to outline kind of where we've come to date. I mean, I think we all know there's been quite a bit of concern with respect to cannabis generally within our community. Been going through the process of looking at trying to address those concerns. And we've made a lot of headway with respect to looking at some of the best management practices out there. As you're aware too, we've got some opportunities for some public and stakeholder consultation coming up. As kind of a prequel to that, and as a prequel to the public meeting, we're going to be before you next month with that. I wanted to just give a heads up on some of the findings we've had so far. So just to briefly rehash this, obviously new regulations in place, changing all the time with respect to cannabis licensing. Now we've got the micro standard nursery licenses that are issued through Health Canada. The micro is very small. I think it's 200 square meters. Standard is what we're typically seeing for a large variety of them. And then nursery is where they get into creating different strands and hybrids and doing all that genetic type work. From a provincial standpoint, we've got our AGCO. They are more dealing with the retail component. And then OMAFRA. OMAFRA deals with cannabis crops as a farm practice. They consider it an agricultural practice. So that does make things a little bit difficult when we get into addressing certain issues with respect to interfaces with rural residential and some of the impacts we're seeing. And then we move into municipal, and this is where our wheelhouse is. We get to look at some of our official plan policies and some of our zoning bylaw provisions and try to address these impacts, which is what we've been doing now. There's also other things. I mean, I think I wanted to highlight too that, you know, zoning, while an effective tool, there's other things too that we are looking at doing as well. There's, with respect to, you know, a potential odor bylaw, which we'll get into a little more later, could even be potential business licensing. Things like this are being considered in conjunction with some of the official plan and zoning updates that we're contemplating. So we looked at, or the consultant rather, looked at a wide variety of municipalities in terms of how they deal with cannabis, what's going on in the industry, what are they using to regulate these facilities. Some of these, Town of Halton Hills, they treat cannabis operations kind of similar to the way we treat wineries. They treat it as an agriculturally related use. Does it relate to, is it, you know, a farm practice that works within the local context? Does it provide value to the local agricultural sector? And then it's based on scale, determining what the setbacks are going to be. They do associate setbacks with it, but they're typically smaller in this area, can be, you know, as low as 50 meters. The Niagara Escarpment Plan, or Niagara Escarpment Commission rather, they've weighed into asking for us to look at not just updating our zoning, but also our official plan. Zoning doesn't apply to their control plan areas, but our official plan policies do. They do have some weight. So they are definitely on board with some more stringent official plan policies. Haldimand County, a little bit more restrictive there. They're getting into things in terms of setbacks that are reflective of the size of the facility, and if they have air filtration systems, the setbacks can go as little as 100 meters, as high as 300, depending on the situation. They also look at minimum parcel sizes. In this case, it's 4 hectares is what they identify. They look at any building associated at all, even if it's not necessarily for growing, but it's part of the operation in general, setbacks for them. Outside storage, prohibiting that when it comes to cannabis. So a lot of special provisions built in there. Halifax, they get into just basically utilizing whatever land use the cannabis facility is in, and going along with what a lot of those provisions are already. Sometimes, for example, if there was any type of cannabis production facility in an industrial area, they'd look at planting strips just like you would any other industrial operation. But they also would recognize in situations where there's sensitive land uses adjacent and require more setback than what would be included in the zoning bylaw otherwise. Edmonton, Alberta, nothing. They only deal with retail only, so that was a quick case study there. That's it. West Lincoln, our neighbors, again, large setbacks. They get into a lot of if there's air filtration or not. I forgot to mention Norfolk County. Them along with Pelham, they've been looking at creating an odor bylaw. Pelham in particular has been having some difficulty with it just because it can be a difficult one to enforce. They've had it deferred, the decision on it, just because it was generally believed that there needs to be a better enforcement mechanism behind it. It can be hard to measure where's the point of reception. A lot of these things still need to be figured out. So they are working on that. So some of these are the examples of the case studies that we've looked at. But as you can see, a lot of the big similarity is parging out cannabis and developing site-specific provisions for it specifically as a permitted use, but identifying provisions. So for an official plan amendment, official plans talk more on a high level. They don't get into the nitty-gritty details. But basically what our official plan amendment would need to identify is that, you know, it would be an agricultural use, but would be subject to things like a site-specific amendment, potentially based on size and site plan control. Site plan control can be very effective in addressing things such as lighting, building siting, things like that. And then also wording in the official plan would deal with mitigation of specific impacts. And again, we're getting into odor, we're getting into disposal of waste potentially that result, buffering and screening, things like that. And then when we get into options for our zoning, that's when we can get a lot more granular, a lot more specific. You heard over and over again in the case studies examples of setbacks. We like the concept based on the size of the facility and what type of air filtration system they have. You can find that out just by requesting at the beginning of site plan control that they provide all of their licensing documentation. That's been done in other municipalities, so that's an option, no different than site plans now. We request a deed. You can request that as well, apparently. And then if we find there is a facility that is adhering to stringent air filtration, maybe there's an opportunity there to have a more minimal setback than otherwise. So these are the types of things that were still being considered. I mean, you're going to be seeing some more in terms of actual recommendations come forward in the next month. In addition to that, we're considering other things outside of official plan and zoning updates. We're looking at potential for business licensing. That's an avenue we definitely could go. New odor bylaw, that is starting to sound like something that is very viable moving forward, and it can work well with a zoning bylaw provision with respect to cannabis. Like I said, we've seen that. Pelham's still working on theirs, but I think there's a lot of potential for it. So that's something that Dan has been doing a lot of legwork on, and we hope to come forward with something a little more concrete in that regard very shortly as well. And working with our site plan control bylaw to introduce provisions specific to new cannabis facilities. We do it now for greenhouses, but we can take it one step further and actually hone in more on cannabis facilities to make sure we really hone in on some of the impacts that we've been hearing about. So next steps, as I mentioned, we have some public engagement coming next week. Our consultant will be there. I offered for them to take the night off tonight. I told them I would come and talk to you, and because they're going to have to deal with a lot of the engagement next week, so they're taking it easy until then. But we do have opportunities for stakeholders and for the public to come in. We're going to welcome the input too. We're going to be positioning some recommendations with respect to some of the setbacks and things like I spoke about. And then next month, we're going to bring those forward, recommendations for a formal public meeting. So just kind of continuing on that, as I mentioned, there'll be an information report associated with the public meeting next month. Then we're hoping to bring a recommendation report forward, being cognizant that our interim control bylaw is coming to a close. We want to be in a position that we can implement provisions prior to that, so we're looking to come back in December with a recommendation. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Critter. So I'm going to start with.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you for the presentation. So one question I have is about, so you were talking about, we currently have site plan control for greenhouses, so that would incorporate cannabis greenhouses, right? Greenhouses being used for cannabis, for growing cannabis. And you're saying one thing we may do is require site plan control for facilities, so production facilities?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's correct. Like anything related to cultivation or production. We'd be using that to apply to the same things that our interim control bylaw applies to right now. So cannabis production and cultivation facilities.
Okay. And the other question I have, Mr. Chair, is, so I've heard a lot, we've talked a lot about buildings and how to control odors from buildings. But I've also heard discussion about people that are interested in growing cannabis outside. So what kinds of controls could we implement, or do we need to? It's pretty hard to control those kinds of that are odors when they're outside. But so that's another question I have. Are the odors that we're dealing with are they as a result mostly, or that we're hearing complaints about, are they mostly from production, cannabis production, or growing cannabis? So there's two questions there.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of the odor complaints that we've had to date, they result from, yes, cannabis cultivation, but also harvesting whenever they manipulate the plants on the site, whatever they need to do following, when they cut the plants and get them ready to send them wherever they send them. But in terms of outdoor crops. I mean, we looked at that as well in terms of what other municipalities are doing. Some are putting forward recommendations to ban them altogether. I don't know how that's going to work because OMAFRA, as I mentioned before, considered them it's considered an agricultural use. So other options we might have is maybe, we can implement setbacks on the crop too. I've heard, and we get contacted by these companies that specialize in odor identification and mitigation and selling instruments that register odor from a certain location. And the general consensus seems to be that the odor issues are more prominent, believe it or not, with greenhouses, usually the designated grower type, not with the newer licensing regimes, but those designated growers, than with outdoor crops. So, but we can look at addressing outdoor crops. It'd probably be maybe minimum parcel size and setbacks through that.
Thanks. I was curious on your view on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Bruder, is it possible, would it be feasible to just, given the benefits and the, the headaches that's coming with this product, does it make sense to just ban it outright? Like, just not even have cannabis growth whatsoever? Is that feasible or possible? That way we can just cut this conversation short and sit back and wait until the filtration systems are actually living up to what they're being sold as. The 250, 300 meter setbacks, I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's really enough. I think, I'm receiving complaints from residents beyond 250 meters, 300 meters. So, whether the filtration systems are actually working, if there are any, I don't know. I'm having a concern whether or not this is even an industry that's worth the headache whatsoever. Any thoughts on that? Is that feasible, possible?
Sure, Mr. Chair. So you could put forward a recommendation, we could put forward a recommendation to do so. But as I mentioned before, I think that would probably result in some backlash from whoever wants to establish here. There's an appeal mechanism for whatever we put forward. There's an appeal mechanism with OMAFRA's Normal Farm Practices Board as well, basically which kind of assesses whether or not you're hindering the ability for an agricultural operator to operate their crops. I think I'm not quite sure that's the way to go, in all honesty, just because of those reasons. Not to mention there might be, I'm sure Paul would agree with me, there might be some economic development benefits too that we might be missing. So, my personal stance to date has been trying to strike that balance, trying to find where we can really try to minimize impacts as much as possible, but at the same time, not completely close out the industry. I also mentioned, in addition to these setbacks, these large setbacks, we can look at minimum parcel size, which would make a big difference on where these go. If you're talking below the escarpment, if you set a minimum parcel size of 4 hectares, that would limit quite a few places for sure. So that is also a route we could go as well.
Thank you. Just concern I have is just with regards to enforcement. Like, it just seems to be trying to catch chickens, with regards to enforcement. It just seems incredibly difficult, and cost. We're bearing a cost that we don't even know yet where it's going. OMAFRA, curious what their stake is as far as what, how they've been with regards to enforcement of odors, with residents that have been tolerating crafty operators for several years. So I question, their knowledge or their helpfulness with the situation. I don't know, if they're the ones that are qualified to say 250 meters, 300 meters is suitable. until there's a grow op that's next door. So that's just my comment, and thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if you could just walk through, if possible, that business license requirement and what kind of teeth might be involved with that if we were to pursue that option.
Dan might be able to chime in a little bit too on it, but I mean, at the end of the day, that would be an opportunity where, you know, they would have to be registered with us. It would just be a further ability for us to implement some criteria with respect to them obtaining a business license. It would be another process and steps they would have to go through, and a means for us to implement some type of, criteria for when and how we would issue those licenses. I don't know, Dan, if you've got anything further to add.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So, you're right, like, it's basically another way that we could increase the regulation by asking for inspections, by asking for documents from certain agencies that would inspect a odor mitigation system, get property standards more involved, where you'd have a certificate of compliance to make sure that the properties meet the standards of what the bylaw is, have public health go in there, have fire go in there, and have all of those mechanisms in place or certificates in place through inspection, and a property then wouldn't be able to operate in a certain fashion until all of that has been done, which would give then the municipality the authority not to issue a license, and then that property would then be operating illegally. And then you can use enforcement measures to ensure they get to that point or to stop them. So that's hypothetical based on what we would potentially put into something like that, but those are what the options would be. It's increased regulation, basically.
So as a follow-up, would we be able to create a finite number of licenses, saying we only have 5 in the municipality? That's not going to change. As operations come or go, we will always stick to that finite number. And also, would we then be able to revoke licenses depending on their inability to meet the standards that we require?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, definitely, we could revoke a license if they didn't adhere to whatever criteria they were supposed to be adhering to. With respect to limiting the amount of licenses, that's a direction we could go. I mean, we haven't really gotten too far down the line with the business licensing. We've been focusing more on trying to address it from a land use piece first. But I think that is a possibility. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I just remember our walk for the pizza licenses came up, so I think it's apropos.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, Councillor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. So through you to Matt, so you made a comment when you were going through the different areas there that we were looking for best practices, and you made a comment about setbacks and volume, size of like square footage. So, you know, here again, I realize, you know, we're doing the best with the tools that we have, and it's great that we're going to have some public engagement here over the next few weeks. But the reality is, like, our interim bylaw expires December 31st, right?
I believe it's in January.
Okay.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay. So the reality is, I mean, we're 10 or 12 weeks away until we need to make a major decision here. And I just don't know in 10 weeks whether we can, like, really get on top of this. Like, you know, what we heard today from, you know, the meeting we had with the Up Cannabis or Hexo people, I mean, it was clearly obvious that these people are dealing with Health Canada on a regular basis. And Health Canada, I mean, we heard it. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. They're basically dealing with this on a case-by-case basis. They're inventing the wheel on the fly. We heard that loud and clear. You know, so I have a major concern when you look at what we just went through on 23rd Street, and I take my hat off to bylaw and yourself and our CAO that we were able to get through that like we did. But I'm trying to understand how we're going to deal with this when we have a situation where we have someone that's gone to a greenhouse guy and he's put plants in there and he's going, no, sorry, I got a Health Canada license. And we're saying, but we have an interim control bylaw, and your plants came in after, so we're gonna take, and we can't get in front of a judge in a timely basis. Like, where are we going with this? Like, how are we gonna deal with this in the next 10 or 12 weeks?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, I mean, I understand your concern, but with respect to getting in front of a judge, it takes a little bit of time. I can tell you that zoning issues in general, they're not as cut and dry as a lot of the property standards and clean yards things we see. Zoning issues, putting cannabis aside, operate the same way. You can't just go and issue a fine or issue an order. It has to go through the courts. There has to be some demonstration that, you know, you've worked towards compliance first. It's not just a matter of you know, they've got a week, and if they're not out, then we can do whatever we can. There's a process involved regardless. And I think, you know, to your point, 10 to 12 weeks doesn't seem like a whole lot of time for something this complex, but we're hopeful that through the consultation outreach we're gonna have, and through the work, like our consultants, this isn't the first time they've tackled helping a municipality get through provisions like this. They do have experience. But looking at what the other municipalities are doing in the situation where we've got a licensor, a licensing body that is inventing kind of the process on the fly, inventing policies on the fly, I mean, I think it's still incumbent on us to do the best we can to come forward with provisions as they relate to land use, because at the end of the day, there is latitude for us to control these types of facilities with land use. I mean, municipalities, that is the one tool we still do have. So, and you know, in terms of looking at what other municipalities are doing, that's helping at least shape the direction we're going to go.
So through you, Mr. Chair, like I still have this concern about like the minimum setbacks. Like, it seems to me in the people I've talked to over the last year, whether it's real estate agents who have people coming to Lincoln that want to invest, and as soon as they find out there's a grow up and it's a licensed, you know, state-of-the-art facility on Durham Road, when the prevailing winds are such, and we've got the escarpment, we got the Lake Ontario, it seems like some of the winds, I mean, you can go 3 weeks, you can go 4 weeks where you don't smell anything, and then all of a sudden, boom, the smell is there. And so these minimum setbacks, whether it's 150 or 300 meter, I question whether that's enough. Because, I mean, we're getting complaints from people that are well outside those boundaries. And again, you know, I don't want to keep going back to what we heard, but I mean, this, you know, as Paul Deaney said today in the meeting, this is the gold standard, what we're seeing on Durham Road, and we're now getting complaints. We weren't getting complaints. We toured the facility. We didn't smell anything that day, but now we're getting complaints, and we heard it today. Their footprint is growing from 380,000 square feet to 700. There's more plants going in there. Charcoal filters seem to be they were the solution at the beginning. They're not today. Health Canada's coming in there saying, you need to be better than this. Now they told us what they're doing with the misters and all that stuff. But like, this seems to be like something that's changing so quickly, and I'm concerned we're gonna jump on this, and we're gonna find out down the road that we still don't have the teeth that we need to enforce this. That's my concern. So I'm not suggesting, you know, as Councillor Michalek, but I think it's interesting to put it out there. You know, should we be taking a step back before we actually, you know, make a decision here? Because to me, this is changing so dramatically, and Health Canada doesn't even know what they want to enforce. So anyway, those are my comments. I appreciate the fact that we're doing the public engagement. I'm just really concerned that we're going to make a decision here in the next 10 or 12 weeks that we're going to regret.
If I just could, Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight too, I mean, while I am obviously emphasizing what we can do from a zoning perspective, I don't want us to get hung up entirely just on setbacks alone. There's other things, as we're talking about, that we can still be working on, we are working on, bylaws that we can work on implementing. Like I said, the setbacks are maybe one piece of the land use, but again, that's one particular item. And while it may not be, you know, the answer in of itself, I am confident that, you know, utilizing the tools that we're now aware that we might be able to leverage, we can work to mitigate some of these concerns we've been hearing to a much better degree than what we've been able to do to date. And I do think that it's a little bit of a, you know, the solution will span across a bunch of different options from an enforcement perspective, bylaw perspective, and of course, land use. So just keeping that in mind, I wouldn't want us to just get caught up purely on the setbacks alone, that's all.
Mary Ston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know that expression, you don't know what you don't know? Well, 2 weeks ago, what I found out was that we don't know the limit of deviant behavior that this entire industry is taking. When property owners can allow strangers to come in and broker the use of their land and then sit in front of me and tell me that it's not their problem. I mean, that's just something that I just could never imagine, that the community would end up dealing with strangers and never have the ability to lay a hand on them. That is a major, major concern. So I think that in the overall analysis of what has gone on so far, the due diligence that's required by each of you that have been involved in these situations is just amazing. The cost is huge. So when I tell people that the cost of bylaw is 8 times, 10 times what it was a year ago, you know, you almost want these people to write a very large check before they even come into your community because of the fallout. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is really around how we take the situations that we have been dealing with and drop them into a current framework to help people understand. Because I think it is up to us to continue to do the due diligence and to keep an eye on the attitude of Health Canada. But for the public, we need to be able to show them what we are doing and what the limitations are. And how can we do that? That's really the first question that I have. How can we take each of the examples and demonstrate what we have available, what we don't have, what works, what doesn't work? How can we do that so that we can demonstrate to people that we're not ignoring this situation, that we actually have been very logical about the way in which these have been approached? Because unless we can do that, I don't think that the policy is going to mean anything to anybody.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is that, just to clarify, do you mean kind of map out what we have done and what we can do as part of the process in moving forward, or?
Yes, well, what can we do now, and what would we recommend in order to mitigate some of these issues that we haven't been able to control? What would we do? Because if we don't use some concrete examples, I don't think that it's going to be easy to understand. I don't think it's going to be easy for us to understand when we start making those decisions. Can we do that?
We can. I mean, it's going to take a lot of outreach too. So, you know, when we have these consultation opportunities over the next couple of weeks, that can be an opportunity to speak to, maybe an outline what the process would be, but maybe we can go a step further and, you know, engage in some educational activities to determine, you know, once we have this framework in place. Keep in mind, it's going to be a little different if we move forward with the recommendations that we're moving forward with as opposed to it is right now, because right now they're just not supposed to be here, period. So it's a little bit different. It might be a little more, you know, not stringent's the wrong word, but it's just the enforcement is going to be a little different than it will moving forward. But I think, you know, the key to that is going to maybe, it needs to be some outreach. I mean, I think we can engage our consultants too in terms of how best to convey that information to our community. But at the end of the day, it won't just end at us identifying whatever provisions we're going to identify, and that's the end of it. We're going to have to communicate that out to the community and identify maybe as a process, process mapping in terms of how we would address contraventions of these things. So.
Yes, that last piece, Mr. Chairman, I think is quite important. And include the costs, including the costs, because certainly, when it was all said and done, particularly one of the cases recently that you were dealing with, when you looked at the time frame between laying the charge versus negotiating the short turnaround, as Deputy Mayor Brunei said, there's no point in wishing that the judge was more available, they just aren't. And so the road that the staff took was the right road. So maybe we could even talk a little bit more about that. I don't want to be leading you down any rabbit holes, but I'm looking for some logic, a logic model that you can put out to the public to help them understand. Then, we start asking questions that are very logical and looking at this solution or that solution. But right now, I was shocked and dismayed by the amount of control that strangers can have over a community where we have put such tremendously high expectations out there for tourism, for agriculture, for our open for business policy, and it would appear as though in the flash of an eye, a few people can just come in and the whole thing comes down like a house of cards. And we just have to find a way to demonstrate what is and what is not possible for us to achieve at this time. And Mr. Chairman, my second question is in relation to that list of people that were the best practice. What is it about those communities that puts them on a list of best practice?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of determining what practices are best, a lot of what was done was we wanted to find a variety of municipalities, some that are very similar to us, some maybe that are a little larger, some that might have some more resources. Maybe we could, look at opportunities for those that are maybe have a little bit more at their disposal versus some that are more comparable to ours and develop a balanced approach. The ones that we identified are the ones that were highlighted as doing the most or taking the most initiative that we could see, at least from our initial assessment of the municipalities that we looked at. So that was the main reason. I mean, are they best management practices specific to here in Lincoln? Maybe not, but collectively, they were chosen because they provide a range of different ways of looking at it in terms of regulating it through permitted uses, regulating it through a brand new use, parsing it out, keeping it in. So there were different implementing odor bylaws. I mean, each one of them was a little bit different in how they did things, so we wanted to make sure that we had a full comprehensive understanding of what that spectrum could be.
Okay, so maybe it was in here, but is it possible through you, Mr. Chairman, for us to see what that would look like in on a chart?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no problem.
Maybe you already
Yep.
have it.
No, I mean, we just had, in the report, there was a summary of each one, but consolidating into a chart is absolutely no problem. We can do that.
Well, I think we're all trying to read as much as we possibly can, and it would be great if it were possible to see it in that. I don't have any quick solutions, but I do know that there's no limit to the deviance that is going on right now, and we don't even know half of it. So unless there's a sniffer dog that can find out where all these grow-ops are taking place, maybe that's another investment that we should consider, because I think we would probably be quite shocked at the amount. These crops just aren't coming on board at the same time. And so you don't realize that it's just a continuous stream of aggravation for people. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would have to ask that we look into the the cost of having a sniffer dog. I think that that is not such a crazy idea. Maybe they're rentable.
Comment?
No comment, Mr. Chair, except we can
Okay.
certainly look into that. Absolutely.
Counselor Timmers?
I'm sorry, Mayor Easton, I think we're gonna need about 1,000 sniffer dogs. Those dogs are gonna be very busy. And I think that's kind of where I was going. It's like, how much do we want in our town? Like, how many do we have? How many more do we wanna have? Do we wanna stop where we are? I know it's an economic driver. I know it provides jobs. But the fallout and the deviant behavior that comes along with it, is it worth it? I know it's a legal product, but I just cringe. When I drive around, I look at the greenhouses, I think, oh no, is this gonna be the next one? Is this gonna be the next one? Where are we gonna hide? Like, I feel like Councillor Bernay was, I feel exactly how his comments. If we're not ready in 12 weeks, I suggest we extend our interim control bylaw for another year. Like, if we're not ready and we can't make this decision and we haven't got the teeth to have some kind of control, then maybe we have to extend it another year, to give us another year to work on this and see what other municipalities are coming up with. Because I just feel like right now that I feel we have no control whatsoever, and they're just popping up everywhere. People are just doing whatever they want. And I find that very worrisome. People are growing it already outside. I've seen it multiple places up in the rural areas. It's happening. So I guess where I want to go with this is, I think the land parcel size of nothing under 10 acres or even larger would really, really restrict new facilities coming in, because there's not, let's face it, there's not a lot of parcels of land available. And that's something that we could do? Could we make it larger?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, we could. I mean, that was an example that we saw, but we can make it larger for sure. I mean, it just depends on where we want to go with it. And I would also add, you know, when we talk about the potential maybe to not have any at all in here, and just say for a minute that we did decide to, no, not happening, we don't want any facilities here. It doesn't mean there still isn't going to be deviant behavior, perhaps more. If they're not allowed in here, then some of them may just come in here anyways, and you're left with that problem. I'm not sure that you know, trying to instill an all-out ban, I'm not saying that anybody's saying we should do that, but that idea, I don't know, addresses deviant behavior.
No, I agree, but I think there has to be a limit of how many we want in our town. Like, do we want to be, the entire town is growing cannabis every inch? No. So I think we need some kind of control. Like, we already have certain people that are here already, but how many more do we want? So, I don't know, I just feel like we need to discourage them from setting up more large, and they're getting larger and larger, like you said. Up Cannabis is expanding. I just feel like we have no control. So in the back of my mind, if we're not ready, I just feel like we have that option to extend the interim control bylaw. And the other question I had for you too, Matt, sorry, Chair McPherson, I'm rambling. I just feel it's such a complex, and I just feel we have no control. Matt, what about if we limited cannabis growth only to the industrial areas? Can we do that as a municipality?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it's something we could do, but with us not having a lot of industrial lands to begin with, I'm not so sure we want to have them all potentially occupied, or any of it occupied by these cannabis operations. And also, the industrial areas that we have typically are probably closer to residential areas than the agricultural properties would be. Another thing that we could do with some of the cannabis operations, especially the ones that are of a larger size, could, no matter what, request a zoning bylaw amendment, site-specific zoning bylaw amendment every time. That's another option we could go, depending on a threshold size, and that would allow better addressing by committee on a case-by-case basis. It would come before you every time. Just throwing it out there, I mean, that's something that could be done. We do it already with the state wineries currently. I mean, that's something that's a whole different ball of wax, but.
So we as a committee, if we could decide how large we're gonna let them go and then set that standard, like, or that limit? They can't expand.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we just have to think about what that looks in terms of zoning provisions, because, always the counter argument is if you meet, or it's very small variance on the zoning provisions, why can't it go forward? So we just have to think about what that could look like, but I think it is an option, for sure.
All done?
Yeah. I guess my thoughts with the industrial lands, I know we don't have very much industrial land, so if we say that they have to go there, but there's no room, then they can't come.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the second opportunity to speak to this. Just curious, on October the 10th, there was an article in the Standard with regards to municipalities getting together and, working together to come up with a solution. Have we discussed this with other municipalities? Are we doing this on our own? Have we shared resources with other municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly, we've reached out to other municipalities, had discussions with staff, not just with the zoning stuff, but also some of the bylaw formation. That's something that's been a part of this study to date, so that's definitely something we've been doing, absolutely.
Okay, so if I could, further to this article in the Standard, how, are we not part of these discussions? Are we not part of these concerns that Welland, Pelham, Niagara-on-the-Lake they're having, or do we not sit in on those sort of?
We do.
Okay.
There are discussions that happen at things like the local area planners meetings with respect to the some of the bylaw formation with respect to cannabis, smoking it, vaping, all that stuff too. We sit in on. So definitely, yes, we do. We are engaged in those discussions. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith would like to make a comment.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and just to build off of what Matt said, because I personally am involved in a lot of that myself. We are, Niagara Public Health have quarterly meetings with all the municipalities in Niagara that is specific on cannabis, so we're regularly involved with information sharing, just sitting around a table, and we've been doing that since I've been here, so about 1.5 years now. Also, regular discussions with Town of Pelham, specifically because of the things that they're going through, where I have direct contact with their head of bylaw to find out exactly where they're sitting and what information that they've received back from council, so that we can kind of get ahead of it on that front. So there is a lot of discussion that's happening between the municipalities, and just to put some context to it from my side, the enforcement side.
Thank you. All good? All good there? Councillor Reimer, let me get through these and then we'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thanks, Matt, for bringing this report tonight. Just a couple of comments. There might be a question hidden here somewhere. I don't think banning is the answer. There's way too much money in this industry. We were not going to stop it. There's companies lined up waiting for us to make a decision to see where they can buy property in the town of Lincoln. So this is, banning it would not be the answer. I think that would be more enforcement than we even know. I'll be a big proponent of using land use to minimize. We can pretty well dictate where they can go and where they can't go by using land use. I think 4 hectares is way too small. I would use bigger, because I think poultry and hog operations would use a bigger size, Matt, or not? Like for those operations?
Those two are subject to other things like minimum distance separation. There's actually a equation or that goes along with the size of the
For
operation.
size of the operation, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Distance,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But something like that, I think there's no setback, something to what Councilor Bernay said, there's no setback that's gonna, we can't say 500 and no one's gonna smell it, or 700, it's gonna get smelled no matter what. I've had the opportunity to work across from UpCan for quite a few weeks, and some days it's, you can't even, I realize I'm right across the street, but it's pretty heavy. So I think like we're not gonna get rid of it, but attempting to minimize it would be one of the things to do. And I just want to make sure through all this also that the greenhouse operators are consulted or felt part of this whole process, because that's huge, that they're, that we don't handcuff them by doing something here. We don't handcuff them with their, you know, with flowers or vegetables or whatever kind of production they want to do, that they're not. I realize it's a gray area when you get into greenhouses and stuff, but somehow that they're part of this equation, so that when we say, you know, when it comes to us to give a yay or a nay, they're comfortable with what we're dealing with, so.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We've included them in all of the consultations to date. They receive all notifications of any progress that's happening in this regard. Hugh Fraser heads up the Greenhouse Growers Group, so they've developed a representative group. They've been out to meetings already with us, so we continue to keep them informed, absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilor Bernay.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. I pushed this button about 4 times and then kicked it out, and so I'm back. So my concern, you know, and I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that we should ban this in any way, but I really feel that over the last couple weeks we've dodged some major bullets here. Like, I really feel like this was like the lid was ready to explode. From what I was hearing, you know, at the West End in Vineland, you know, the lid was ready to blow off here. Like, these people were fed up. They were ready to petition. They were going over there. They were going to picket. They were going to do whatever they can because their quality of life was compromised. You know, I see in the last couple of weeks we've got 3 letters to the editor where people are saying, is it now time where I have to make a decision whether I'm going to raise my kids in Lincoln because of cannabis? To me, that resonates deeply. I'm not suggesting for a moment that we should ban this, but until we know where we're going, and I think it's great that we're doing this engagement, but I guess through you, Mr. Chair, to Matt, what are our expectations here over the next, you know, month with this engagement? Like, because if we're just expecting people to walk through there that are residents of 15th Street and 23rd Street and the Mennonite Home and Durham Road and the YMCA, I think we know what we're going to hear. It's Flyville all over again. So, you know, what are we expecting from this public engagement? You know, Councillor Reimer, you know, correctly, you know, articulated that we have people lined up here to do business in Lincoln on cannabis. And that's great. But is this going to come down to we're looking at this through a lens of quality of life for our residents or economic development? Like, is that what it's coming down to? Or, you know, I just don't know where we're going here with public engagement, because I think we know what we're going to hear. But maybe I'm wrong. So I'm looking to you, Matt, to kind of shed some light on what the expectation is through this public engagement.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So I think the public engagement, although yes, we're formal, there's open houses, there's workshops, but this isn't the first time that I've heard from the public already. I've dealt with them on a number of issues, mentioned a lot of things that we could do, some of the stuff that I've mentioned again tonight. And at the end of the day, I got to be honest with you, I didn't hear complete opposition to a lot of those things. I think what we're looking for here is we want to provide an opportunity to bring forward what we've come up with so far. This is by no means final. And hopefully through some further dialogue, we can maybe hone in on a little bit more what the expectations are. I mean, even in talking with some of the people that have complained with respect to some of the cannabis operations that have occurred, they've never, like, they've been on board with us developing some type of regulatory framework to address it. And I mean, an all-out ban hasn't come forward as an option, but I think at the end of the day, yeah, we're going to hear, you're right, we're going to hear that setbacks probably, you know, in of themselves not good enough. I know there has been appetite before with respect to the minimum parcel size like we talked about. So our goal is to have a discussion, and if we can encapsulate the results of that discussion in the recommendations that we bring forward, that's what we're going to do. And there's also an agency consultation piece. The greenhouse growers, like we talked about, being one of them. Agency input's important too. We're trying, you know, OMAFRA, getting them to the table as much as possible. Like notification, we're trying to get them there too. So at the end of the day, this engagement to me still has a good opportunity to guide where we're going to go. I know it's a short enough time frame, but I still feel it's an essential piece, and I don't think it's just going to result in everybody saying that, not happen. I think from what I've heard, I think we can still get some valuable input on direction.
Well, I appreciate the hard work you guys are doing, and I appreciate your positive attitude. But I got to say, you must be talking to a lot of different people that I'm not talking to. But time will tell, and good on us for taking the time to look at it.
Okay, so I have an empty board. I'm going to give the last word to, not yet, to Councilor, or to our CAO, but I'm going to go down the same road, and I've been waiting for the last half hour to say some things. We're not going to hear anything different that we haven't already heard. You know, we have heard about odor, and odor is, I'm going to say it's 80 to 90% of it. That's what it is. We're going to hear a little bit about security, you know, and we're going to hear a little bit about, you know, the types of people that are running these places, but it's odor. So I'm not sure why WSP is not moving on that now. I mean, why we're getting, okay, well, this is what this community, I mean, we could look up on the internet and do that, but why aren't we 2/3 of the way down the road with a draft bylaw specifically to odor, because it's going to eliminate much of our issue. And if that if that's 300-meter setbacks, let's go around the town and identify how many of those operations are in violation of, it could be up because of the school or because of a resident on Durham Road. I mean, it could, so how does that, I'd rather see us looking at internal and what are the options, and how does this impact what we know today about 15th Street, about Jordan Road, about all these, would they be impacted? Would they potentially be shut down? You know, I don't agree that we want to just go with a policy of shutting the whole thing down, and I don't want to extend another year on the interim bylaw, because I think we're just going to face what we faced on 23rd Street again next summer. You know, we're going to face that, and it's going to be a weak interim bylaw in place that somebody's going to come in and say, well, I've got this license or that license, and away we went. So we need to face it. If we can get the interim bylaw to be extended by a month or 2 months and do this properly, maybe that's a way of doing it. But I'm not in favor of extending another year to, you know, because the residents that are burning up the telephone lines to Councillor Mikulik and I and others that are close to marijuana grow operations are asking us, what are you doing? What are you doing to help us? And it is, from what I'm hearing, an odor issue. And you know, it's a legal plant. They know that. They're not fighting that. It's in my house, it's on my clothes, it's in my car, my kids are smelling it. That's the issue. And we may have this room filled with people, and I bet you 80% of them are going to say the same thing. So we, you know, to maybe Councilor Brunet's point, we should be working on that now. You know, it's not something we have to wait for. And we, you know, maybe we should have been working on that for the last 6 months, because we knew that from 15th Street. So I guess, you know, I know we got to go through the process, and you know, the people are ready, and they will come, and we will have a full room for the open houses, if not, you know, both open houses and the public meeting. So, you know, I guess, you know, from a kind of a, why are we waiting? You know, it's, you know, what is WSP, maybe what is their expertise in this, and are we doing an analysis of our own community?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, a couple of things. So first, with the odor bylaw, we're not waiting. We've been looking at it already. Like I said, when we talk about looking at, inventing things on the fly, this odor bylaw is something that's been delved into by even fewer municipalities than any zoning provisions. It's not something that's been done a lot. It's starting to happen. Another thing to keep in mind is it's not that simple of just putting a bylaw in. It has to be enforceable. As I told you with Pelham, they were having some issues in terms of their legal representation. Their counsel didn't think it was enforceable. They had to go back, do some more legwork. We have been working on it. WSP, their specialty, they've been retained to do the zoning, to do the land use. We are doing a comprehensive zoning update. That's what they were retained to do. That's what they specialize in, and we've been trying to fast track the cannabis piece, which is why we're having this consultation. I mean, that's what they're pertaining to, but internally, it's not like we're waiting for that to be completed to initiate our work on the odor bylaw. We are working on it. We're hoping to bring something forward in draft form as soon as possible. I mean, I don't know if it's probably not going to be next month, but in a couple of months it might be feasible. I mean, we're still working on that, and we're actually using WSP's work as kind of, I guess, a supplement of information into that process. So it's not like we're just waiting, sitting on our hands. We are working on it. It's just something that is taking a little bit of time.
Okay, and I will pass it over to Mr. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the opportunity. I think just to make a couple of comments, and I think like Councillor Brunei and a number of you, I was thinking the same thing as I was driving in this morning. I think this is going to be quite the public consultation for this issue. I said it to Mr. Bruder as well. I think we're in for a lot of people coming and a lot of, I think, very heated conversations about what we can do and can't do. And I think that's just the nature of this topic right now and the nature of some of the issues that we've experienced. And I think staff did do a great job, I think, reacting as quickly as possible to the issue on 23rd, but nonetheless, I think it still has people feeling like, what can we do and where is the control mechanism that municipalities have? A couple of other comments, I think just generally in terms of what we heard, we are working with other municipalities. I would suggest, we're probably leading a lot of those other municipalities in terms of what they're doing. And I guess, when you're leading on a topic like this, I'm not sure that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. As you heard, Pelham is getting challenged. It extended its interim control bylaw for a second year, and that is being challenged by one of the large cannabis operators. Now, I'd like to explore the suggestion about extending it a month or two. I think extending it a year actually will leave us incredibly exposed from an appeals perspective. And then if that appeal is actually turned down and we don't have a bylaw approved, we could actually be in that worst place, in that middle zone of not having a bylaw in place and an interim control bylaw that's actually struck down. So I think we need to figure that out. I was looking at FCM, and we do have a meeting tomorrow with FCM to talk about some of their regulatory frameworks or regulatory regimes to see if there's anything we can do. And I think to the mayor's earlier point about what is that regulatory framework look like? I mean, it focuses on land use management, and you heard that this evening. It focuses on business regulation, and one of the comments I wanted to make earlier is that with business licensing does come revenue. Which then allows us, to look at enforcement and to up enforcement. And, I think enforcement is one of those things that, we try to do proactively, but with, the amount of other things we're chasing down on most times, it is incumbent. And what I think both Mr. Bruder, Mr. Smith, and I have been telling residents that reach out to us is they do need to remain vigilant. It is unfortunate. We try to respond to these things as quickly as possible. The other areas are cannabis in the workplace, public consumption, and enforcement in terms of the 5 categories that make up, what we need to look at from the perspective of cannabis. I think, the only, other comment I'd leave you with is I think we are trying to figure out what the appropriate balance is here. I think, without presupposing where council goes and where the staff report goes, I think we're going to be far more on the side of being far more strict, far more restrictive about where we want cannabis operations, cognizant of the economic development piece, but notwithstanding that, I think from a staff perspective, where we're definitely moving towards is, something that is a little bit more restrictive, because I think that's what we're going to hear from our residents. So it's not necessarily those that are doing it well and are doing it right. And to, I think, the counselor's point, you know, in terms of UP or HEXO now that it's called, there are ones that are doing it well, but then there's ones that aren't. And I think everybody is going to get painted with that approach of the ones that aren't doing it well. So, you know, we need to create the right policies and the right regime to make sure that, you know, residents believe we're doing what we can in this area. So, you know, a lot of information coming in the next couple of weeks, and I think there are some odor control bylaws out there. I don't know if it's as easy as removing X city and putting, you know, X town in there. You know, I definitely something that we will look at. I think there's some nuances that need to be considered, but we will move as fast as we can, and I think get the legal opinion on can we extend by a month or two.
So thank you, Mr. Bruder, and I would say that there's no doubt this is one of the toughest things I think we're going to face or have faced in some time now. You're squarely in the middle, and you know, we're working with you. So I have a motion to receive report PD-69-19 for information and direct staff to prepare an information report with the draft cannabis provisions for committee and council once all comments have been received from the stakeholder and public consultation sessions. We will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Reimer, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Confidential items, there are none. Staff remarks, there are none. Committee remarks, there are also none. So there being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned at 10:19.